Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our Environment Committee meeting. It's Friday, March 24th. It is 10:06. We are convening the meeting today. This, for all intents and purposes, is our final meeting during the committee process. I want to take a moment of personal privilege to say thank you to all of our staff, specifically, well, our logistics team, our clerk, Gaia McDermott, and her assistants, Pam Bianca and Judy Gonzvit, and also our nonpartisan staff, Kristen Miller and Janet Kaminsky from OLR, who they both have quite a bit of institutional knowledge that we rely on. Also, Marcy Ritzik from Office of Fiscal Analysis, keeping us on the financial straight and narrow. For me personally, I'd like to say thank you to Chris Calabrese. He is our policy person that keeps us on track. And of course, last but not least, our LCO attorney, Brad Towson, the engine of the committee. So thank you to all of you for your assistance during the course of this session. Any other remarks by chairs? Senator Harding.
Well, ranking member.
Oh, sorry.
It's a promotion, so I don't apologize.
We're all on the same team.
I just want to echo Representative Gresco's comments. We are really fortunate to have incredible staff on this committee that has had brought us to today, and it wouldn't be possible to even get nearly as close as we've gotten in terms of what we've done, what we're going to be doing today without all that staff. So thank you to all of them. For myself, thank you to my legislative aide, Elizabeth, for her hard work in leading us to this JF deadline. So I really appreciate the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everybody and all the staff. Gaia, of course, for having a smile on her face despite everything we might be going through in the committee, and Robin and Judy. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Callahan.
Ditto, and thank you to it was great working with Senator Harding and Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco, Representative Palm on collaboration. And in my mind, that's the way things should be. But depending on how today goes, I reserve the right to retract all those statements.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Representative Palm.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would personally like to thank the media for covering all the goings on in this Capitol. We'd be lost without you guys. I'd like to thank the public for your interest and the advocates for your expertise and your help, and environmentalists everywhere who watch what we do and help us be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Do you need a second to?
I'm not thanking anyone. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Strap in. All right. Roman numeral 3 on the agenda, bills for review. The first item, House Bill 6664, an act managing waste and creating a waste authority. It's a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Palm, seconded by Representative Mashinsky. So this bill is, as we know, is the governor's bill, and does quite a few things along with creating an extended product responsibility program for packaging. It sets some post-consumer recycled content for plastic beverages. It allows the Deep Commissioner to issue a request for proposals on behalf of municipalities to deal with our municipal solid waste issue. It has a food scraps diversion piece in it. I'd like to take a moment here to stress the need for the consideration of co-collection in those food scraps as this discussion goes forward, but we'll have time to do that as we go forward. It also creates a Connecticut Waste Authority to replace MIRA. But most importantly, the changes from the original version and then the first iteration of JFS language is there's a couple of changes of words from amount to weight. And there is a trigger provision for the stewardship program that would be when 4 other neighboring states and a population of 20 million individuals implement a EPR for packaging, Connecticut would follow suit. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none. Senator Harding.
Nice try. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify in terms of the JFS language, there was an assessment to the tipping fees that was in the previous language that was drafted and we had a public hearing on. My understanding is that those assessments are stripped pursuant to the JFS language. Just want to confirm that my understanding is correct through you.
Senator Harding, thank you for reminding me that that is in the JFS language as well. The removal of that section that contained the $5 and $3 subsequent tipping fee increases.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am happy to hear that. I mean, that was one of the most troubling aspects of the bill to myself and to some of the communities that I'm fortunate to represent. I felt that it obviously set up increased costs. One of the biggest problems that we're facing now related to waste management is the fact that it is becoming so costly for municipalities, it's becoming so costly for individuals. And one of my concerns is that we were going to add another fee on top of that, particularly the language as proposed by DEEP would have essentially added a penalization fee to communities that are essentially being forced, not because they're doing it voluntarily, but being forced to have their waste effectively shipped or driven out of state. I thought that was extremely unfair to those communities, not because they were voluntarily doing it, but because the circumstances that have surrounded them out of their control have forced them into that situation. So I'm happy to see at least that aspect taken out. And I want to thank the leadership for taking that aspect of the bill out. However, as the bill as it lies here today, I still have significant concerns. One is the cost to consumers that this is going to pass down to them. I think it's undoubtable that this is going to place an increased cost to consumers in the state of Connecticut. If we don't think that in implementing a universal EPR program is not going to increase the cost on almost the everyday products that the middle class men and women in the state purchase on a daily basis, we're wrong. It is going to increase costs to the consumers. It's going to be baked into their costs when we're facing record inflation and the like. And I understand we have a significant waste problem in the state. There's no doubt about that. We do. However, if we're going to implement a program that is absolutely going to increase the cost to consumers for everyday products here in the state, I would like to see specific data that would indicate this is absolutely going to address this waste problem. And frankly, there's no state in the country that has implemented this program. There may have been some states, and I believe Maine is one of them, that has passed a universal EPR program, but it has not been implemented yet. And so there's no study case for us to review to indicate that waste management would be addressed better because the recycling rates would go up and because it would be more cost efficient, whether it be to the consumers, the municipalities, et cetera. Extremely limited data. I believe British Columbia has some sort of program that has been implemented, and some of the data that I've seen is actually conflicting on whether or not it actually truly addresses the waste issue. So again, my concern is we're going to implement the program here. that is going to cost the consumers of this state more money in terms of the everyday products that they buy, with little data to back up the fact that it's actually going to address the waste problem that we have to address. And that is my concern with the bill. I'm sure my other colleagues will speak on this as well, but I wanted to address that issue regarding this proposal. And I thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator. And as you referenced, the Environment Committee has been sent studies and information from advocates from studies done in Europe, and your reference to Canada, where they would counter that with saying that the prices did not go up. But we're going to, if this bill sees the light of day as far as law goes, we'll have plenty of neighboring data to look at to see if in fact the prices do or do not go up or down. Anyone else with any comments or questions? Representative Michelle, followed by Representative Dancho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be brief, I'm just looking forward to continue the discussion on this bill on industry accountability and chemical recycling. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Representative Dancho.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. And just to build on what Senator Harding had brought up earlier, I just wanted to point out that Connecticut is number 3 in the country when it comes to consumer packaging, and that this proposal would completely disrupt a recycling and waste collection process that is clearly already working when it comes to the collection of such products. Such EPR program will add a mandated cost onto companies for the collection of their product packaging after use. These costs faced by such businesses will be passed on to the consumers, making everything from groceries to everyday necessities to the packaging delivered right to your door more expensive. And as such, the clerk has an amendment that I would like to have the clerk distribute at this time. And I move the adoption of the amendment, and that when the vote is taken, that it be by roll call.
The motion has been made for an amendment to House Bill 6664.
Second.
Thank you, Senator Harding. And has been seconded by Senator Harding. Will the clerk please get us either a hard copy or electronic copy?
I've emailed out the electronic
Thank you.
copy that I was sent.
Mr. Chair.
I'm trying to pull it up. Okay, has everyone had a chance to look at the amendment and knows what they're voting on? Basically striking section 1 in its entirety and renumbering the rest. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just ask for a point of procedure. I believe that the proponent of the amendment would like to summarize the amendment if that's possible.
Representative Dancho.
Thank you, Senator Harding, for that reminder. I would like to have section 1 striked in its entirety and number the following sections accordingly.
Thank you, Representative Dancho. Any other comments or questions on the proposed amendment to 6664? Representative Mushinski.
I'd urge rejection of the amendment. The JFS language from the chairman already has phrasing that we won't move on this until another state does. So it's a bigger coalition of states. So the protection for Connecticut consumers is already in the JFS language. And this amendment is simply overkill. The amendment that says we don't really have a problem with our packaging, so let's just ignore it. And that's really not responsible when we're shipping 860,000 tons of material out of state to Ohio and other states. It's irresponsible to pretend it's not an issue. The chairman's version, which is let's all move together as states, at least makes some cohesive sense. And this amendment does not, and I urge rejection of the amendment.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We in the legislature and I would say specifically in this committee, we tend to see problems and we want to do something. And we put stuff on paper really without understanding the full ramifications of what we're doing. And we don't analyze the unintended consequences as we should. We just want to fix it, so we do something. And when it doesn't work, we do it again with something else. And frankly, we very often drive the people of this state crazy by changing the way things work over and over and over again without giving them time to adapt to what we've already done. We make it something different. And we never seem to go back and look to see if what we've done was the right thing. We just keep doing things and changing things. And I'm concerned that with this section in place, we would be doing just that. So I support removing section 1. And hopefully if we do decide to change the way we do things, we spend a little more time considering how it will affect the people who are at the working end of our legislation, as opposed to just hoping that whatever we do will work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Any other comments or questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a major issue on the bill overall, but I also have an issue of the continual reference to let's do what other states are doing. I mean, as a kid growing up, I'd always be told by my parents when I did something stupid. And as a young lad, I did more than enough stupid things, as young lads do. But they would always have the comment, well, if your friend had jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge, you shouldn't do it. And if another state's going to pass a bad bill, Connecticut shouldn't do it. We were elected to represent our constituents in our districts in the state of Connecticut, not to follow California or another state down the proverbial rabbit hole. And we should think of that before we vote for a bill. Is the bill good? Is the amendment of the bill good? Not whether some other kid in another state decided they wanted to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge, so we're going to do it by passing a bad bill. Our job is to represent our constituents, not to follow what California or Maine or any other state is doing. That's why we're here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cooley. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we speaking only on the amendment right now?
Only on the amendment.
Okay, sorry, I withdraw.
Anyone else with any comments or questions on the proposed amendment? I don't see anyone virtually either. So, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the amendment?
Senator Lopes.
Can you read the?
So the amendment is to strike section 1. Senator Lopes. No. Representative Gresco.
No.
Senator Hockedel.
No.
Representative Palm,
No.
Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzano, Representative Baumgartner, Representative Chafee.
No.
Thank you, Representative. Sorry for going so quickly. Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley's a yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho's yes.
Representative D'Amico,
Representative D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
No.
Representative Dubitsky, Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston, no.
Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee,
Rep McGee is a no.
Representative Michelle,
Rep. Michelle's a no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, no.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day's yes.
Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Radar,
Representative Radar is no.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan, and then if you, yeah, Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez is no.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes no.
Representative Veach.
Each votes yes.
I just need to count. I have 11 in the yes and 16 nay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion fails. Any other discussion on the underlying bill, House Bill 6664? Representative Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleagues that we represent our constituents, and that includes young people who are breathing polluted air and whose future is very uncertain. So I am in favor of this bill, which I see as a compromise. And I believe that some of us have been waiting all our lives for industries to do the right thing voluntarily. And if they do not want the heavy hand of government coming down and telling them what to do, then they should self-police and pivot their business model the way so many other parts of our society have had to do because of changing times. So I'm a yes on this, and I thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Any other comments or questions? Representative Callahan.
I appreciate the comments of everyone who came before me, but we still have an issue here where this is going to add cost to the consumer. We don't know what the results of this bill, if it's going to be exponentially good for the solid waste problem we have in the state. And as many bills going through this building right now are lumping extra costs on the consumers at a time we're paying record electricity, heating, filling up our cars, and I'm sure all of you have been to a grocery store lately. It's just it's too much for the people to handle, and I don't see the results in this case would outweigh the negative. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Seeing no Representative Mushinski.
Just want to point out that the consumers are paying now when waste is shipped to Ohio, which is in the middle of the country from Connecticut. A lot of towns are paying $120 a ton right now to ship their waste out. That falls on the property taxpayer and it falls on the consumer. And it is more cost effective and more efficient for us to handle our waste internally as we used to do in Connecticut, rather than send it far away at a great expense.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the issues I have with this bill, and I have a number of them, is that we're splitting off in terms of waste streams, the organic, which used to go into the waste to energy plants. which for some reason, the state of Connecticut, which once led the country in that technology, is being essentially strangled through all sorts of edicts from the state. This is another one that's going to create a problem for them. The waste to energy plants provided a fairly good solution for a lot of our solid waste problem while producing energy, which is also another huge problem in the state of Connecticut, that we don't produce enough of our own energy. And on that basis, I will eventually be voting no to this bill, because I think in the long run, it's actually going to be more environmentally damaging to the state by essentially killing the waste to energy plants and programs, because they won't have enough product to run. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cooley. Seeing no other comments and questions, Representative Felipe.
My apologies for the late hand, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to note, especially as a member of our Black and Puerto Rican caucus, we've heard from voices of women of color and other organizations, especially folks within our own districts, about what's happening with the packaging piece of this bill. However, I know there are many pieces of it that we do like. Representative Michelle mentioned many of those. I will be begrudgingly be voting yes today. But going forward, I hope we can talk about that packaging piece.
Thank you, Representative Felipe. Seeing no other comments or Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question, and I think you sort of briefly touched on it in your comments. I believe I read in here, and maybe it's changed, but food scraps were going to be commingled with yard scraps. And I'd like to know if that's really the case of this, and can you speak to that?
Thank you, Representative Harrison. It would give DEEP the option of either setting up a separate system or commingling with existing trash hauling, meaning why go to someone's home twice when if they were willing to separate out food scraps and commingle by means of a bag or an additional container with their normal refuse pickup. That needs to be on the table as well, as far as trying to save money in the implementation of this. So this will be on the table as far as discussion goes as the bill goes forward.
Okay, so the reason I ask is I've been and had the privilege to, visit Bright Feeds being one of them, and certainly they cannot take anything that's, commingled with yard scraps. And I think, if we want to move forward and be, the leader in some of this, I think that we can't have legislation that doesn't allow us to do things that, make us less diverse in this.
Thank
So,
you,
thank you.
Representative. And from what I'm reading from the language, the municipalities would have the option of commingling or not. Having been at Bright Feeds a couple of weeks ago, they are in support of 6664 going forward. So thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For HB 6664, LCO 6312, an act managing waste and creating waste authority, Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Fresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding,
No.
Representative Callahan,
Callahan's no.
Representative Anderson,
No.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzano, Representative Baumgardner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, no.
Representative Dancho,
No.
Representative D'Amico, Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky.
Yes.
Representative Dillon says yes.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Dubitsky,
No.
Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston, yes.
Representative Harrison,
No.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Michelle is a yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day is no.
Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader is a yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Representative Reddington Hughes is a no.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan's a yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez is a yes.
Representative Smith,
Smith, yes.
Representative Veach.
Veach is a no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr.
Uh,
Chair, would I be allowed to record my vote at this time?
Oh, I thought you did. Go ahead.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to be recorded as a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
I-
Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. I didn't catch note. Oh, thank you.
So we will hold the votes open for 2 hours after the end of the meeting. It's just, you understand people have other committees and responsibilities running in and out. So again, 2 hours after the end of the committee meeting, the votes will be held open. Item number 2 on the agenda is Senate Bill 1143, an act concerning solid waste management throughout the state. It's a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Mushinski, seconded by Senator Lopes. This bill, along the lines of the previous bill, requires DEEP to submit proposed changes to their solid waste management plan to the Environment Committee for approval. It would also require DEEP to go out for a request for information to hopefully improved and modern technologies to handle the municipal solid waste that the state will have to deal with even after we hopefully divert as much as we can from the waste stream via food scraps and some special waste material. The JFS language in the bill just removes the requirement for a reverse vending machine location if full, to post where the nearest redemption center is, with the idea that if you go to the grocery store and the reverse vending machine is full, technically you can go inside to the courtesy counter and get your material redeemed in that way. So there wouldn't be a need to go elsewhere. Any other comments or questions on the bill? Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for housekeeping purposes, I know you have a lot to worry about today. Going forward, would you mind giving the LCO number, since most of these bills are JFS? Do you mind giving the LCO number just for committee members' information? Thank you.
You always got to cause trouble. So this would be LCO 6267 on underlying bill, Senate Bill 1143. Any other comments or questions? Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The clerk has an amendment. Would you please ask the clerk to distribute the amendment and I'd be allowed to summarize? Oh. I make a motion.
There you go. Representative Harrison has made a motion to amend Senate Bill 1143. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Seconded by Senator Harding, Representative Harrison, have you provided a copy of the proposed amendment to the clerk?
I've just received it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please distribute that to members?
Yes, I will.
There we go. Representative Harrison, can you please summarize the amendment, proposed amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really just a very simple amendment. In section 1 on line 9, after committee, strike may and add shall. And beginning on line 12 and ending on line 14, remove all the language starting after revision on line 12 and ending before in the on line 14. And I move for adoption and I ask that the vote be taken by roll. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and summarize. if you
Thank
wish.
you. So the only, my only request with this is I think that we always like transparency. So rather than we may hold a public hearing, is that we shall hold a public hearing. And I also think that the committee should meet and not just have this adopted by default. I sit on the Appropriations Committee. And I did also, the last term, the Appropriations Committee is, has these types of items all the time, all year round. And we meet and have the ability to vote and do what's right for our constituents. So I think it's just a case of transparency. And I move for adoption.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. Any other comments or questions on the proposed amendment? Representative Callahan?
Just a quick comment. Thank you, Representative, for the amendment. I think it makes it a better bill and I appreciate the amendment. Thank you. I do support it.
Bad thing. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the intent of the amendment. However, I'm questioning as a practical matter, if this gets put in front of us in November or December or October, when we're not in session, this could be a real logistical issue, unless I'm missing something here, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Senator Harding.
I would be happy to reserve the time to make sure that we get up here in October or November to resolve that issue. So. And in all in all seriousness, this allows us to do our job to review what the commissioner's office might provide us, consider it, debate it, and represent our constituents in a vote on it. I think that this is good. It's transparent, and we should be working collaboratively, as we mentioned earlier, to address this waste crisis that we have in our state. So I do support this amendment. I would ask my colleagues to do this.
Representative Harrison.
If I may, thank you, Mr. Chair, speak to Representative D'Amico. Appropriations is presented with these sorts of things year round. We meet year round. Now with the advancements in technology, typically we do them by Zoom. And to be honest, when presented with these things, it's all one meeting. We hold our public hearing, we close the public hearing, we open our meeting for appropriations, we discuss it, and we take our votes. So I think it's the right thing to do. We're already doing it in one committee. And since this is as important as it is, I think that we should be doing the same thing here. Thank you.
At this point, I consider this a friendly amendment and I'll be supporting it. So if we could move on quickly, that'd be wonderful. Any further discussion on the amendment? We can do this as a voice vote.
Yeah. So You want to withdraw your request to do a roll call?
No.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw
Yeah,
that, my
okay.
request to have it taken by vote, roll. Thank you.
That's necessary.
All right, and no one else demanding a roll call vote? That's it. All those in favor signify by saying aye to the amendment.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
nay? No nays, amendment passes.
There you go. Any other comments, questions on the underlying bill, Senate Bill 1143? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll for Senate Bill 1143 with LCO 6267 and as amended on the floor of the committee?
An act concerning solid waste management through the state, Senator Lopes. Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockendahl,
Senator Hockendahl votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding,
Harding, yes.
Representative Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzano, Representative Baumgartner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho's yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky,
Vitsky, yes.
Representative Felipe, Representative Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston, yes.
Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Michelle,
Michelle's a yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day, yes.
Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader is a yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Reddington Hughes is yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan, yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez is a yes.
Representative Smith,
Smith, yes.
Representative Veach,
Beach is a yes.
saw Representative Dillon on Walker microphone, Representative Dillon,
Representative Dillon votes yes.
thank you.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, we're holding the votes open for 2 hours after the end of our committee meeting. Moving on to item number 3 under Roman numeral 3, Senate Bill 1145, an act concerning the establishment of sector-specific sub-targets for greenhouse gas emissions reduction and regulating emissions of small off-road engines. It's a JFS to the floor with LCO number 6259. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by Senator Lopes. Senator Lopes.
Thank you. An act concerning establishment of sector-specific sub-targets for greenhouse gas emissions and regulating small off-road engines. The quick and easy, I can't even joke about this being consentable. So I'm going to quickly say the JFS language eliminates the small off-road engine sections at the end of the bill. I think it was 8, 9, and 10. Those are removed. So if this passes, the title will be changed, hopefully accordingly. And it only has to do with greenhouse gas emissions, and is a deep bill proposed by the agency. Requires state greenhouse gas emissions targets for 2050 to be economy-wide net zero, which essentially means a level that is 80% below the 2001 level. It does allow the commissioner expanded civil penalties for violators. Sets a lot. It requires the commissioner to do quite a bit of work establishing goals and sub-targets for various, what they say sub-targets and subsectors. It's just various segments of the industry. Which can include and will include commercial industrial heating, cooling, residential heating, cooling, industrial processes, natural gas distribution and service, natural and working lands, any other sector source the commissioner designates. Requires reporting from the commissioner annually, I believe. And adopt modeling scenarios for baseline inventory of land carbon fluxes. That's good. Negative emissions. And permittees for fossil fueled electric generating units must be evaluated by independent contractors to see if some of the energy capacity could be non-emitting energy. Or any questions on this very simple and easy to read bill? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Senator. While striking the sections 8 through 10 in the JFS language was helpful, I still have many concerns about this bill. And if we get into the cost to the consumer and what sections 2 and 3 will do by definition and by function to our economy, I have great concerns that we will be establishing a cap and trade system, taxing all our heating oil, our gasoline, our electricity producing fossil fuels. This would be devastating to the people of Connecticut and devastating to our economy that can't handle the added costs right now. And renewables are great, but we do not have the infrastructure to do that. And that the free market will take care of that. And with that, I would like to offer an amendment. I make a motion do I have a second?
Second.
The amendment is simply in the bill to strike section 2 in its entirety and renumber the remaining sections. And to strike section 2 its in entirety and insert instead, where in section 3, it says changes to regulations. I want to change the regulations to report rather than giving the authority to DEEP to regulate. I forgot the line. I'm sorry. That's it though. But basically, Mr. Chair, they would change the DEEP's authority to regulate to a report. I'm just trying to find the number.
Madam Clerk, has this been everyone?
This
was
email
emailed
just
out.
came in. Would you like me to send that out?
Sure, please.
What was the number?
Any questions on the amendment? All right. I would unfortunately have to say this is a non-friendly amendment. I would oppose.
Here, there it is, yeah.
Oh, you have further?
No, go ahead.
You're good. If I follow it correctly, the bill originally had the commissioner giving a report, and the JFS language changed it to that the changes must go through regulation, which, as many people know, is a more strenuous and difficult process that involves maybe a couple of years worth of analysis on how best to implement these changes. And I don't get into the general bill, but I understand the concern that this may cause increased costs, but I think many of us in the room, almost all of us in the room, agree that there is a problem with emissions and climate change, and a bill like this that sets standards is one of the best ways government can actually set the tone of how we can reduce our carbon footprint, reduce our emissions, and create a healthier environment down the road. We don't want to get into like, the weather changes that are going on and the strain on the economy that we face simply because of weather related problems. But bills like this that work on setting where we need to be by 2015 is been shown in other states as a productive and meaningful way to make the state work on their emissions problems. So although this bill is complex, it may need some changes down the road that I'd be willing to talk to my colleagues across the aisle and on my side of the aisle too. I do think this is something important we need to move forward with. Thank you, Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you for your comments. Appreciate your comments. I also want to thank my colleague, Representative Callahan, for proposing this amendment. In reference to Section 2, in reference to some of your comments, Mr. Chair, this is undoubtedly going to raise cost for the people in the state. We had a TCI program that we debated right here in this committee a couple of years back that would have, I believe the estimations would have put about 26 cents, as high as 26 cents per gallon on gas at the pump. This language, as it's written, I think is pretty explicit in allowing the commissioner to implement that. If we're going to implement that, I have no doubt in my mind that we need to discuss ways we can curb our carbon emission and our carbon footprint. We should be doing that. But let's have a debate as a committee and have actually a real discussion like we had about TCI about whether or not this is good policy or not. What this is doing is saying, let the commissioner do it. And frankly, going to regulation review is not the legislative process. It's one committee, and you have to be lucky enough, if you're in the state of Connecticut, to happen to have a legislator that just so happens to sit on that committee. Most of us don't. I know I don't. So in furtherance in that, it's not like regulation review is even a committee that can really truly debate policy. Regulation review really just looks at the administrative law aspect of the bill and whether or not what the commissioner or what any individual is proposing is in regards to a regulation is within the confines of the statute and administrative law. It's not a policy discussion. We're basically handing over our authority and unfettered access to the commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection. We're ceding our authority in this regard to them. And that is my concern. This is a bill that will essentially allow the commissioner, whether it be the commissioner today or the commissioner in the future, to implement policies that could levy fees, caps, costs that we couldn't even imagine right now, and gives that individual and cedes our authority to that one individual to implement that policy and to place cost on the consumers and our constituents here in the state of Connecticut. We've had discussion in this building for a while about how important our roles are in the legislative process and how important it is not to cede our authority in that regard. We should be having the policy discussions surrounding that. If we want to have a debate about implementing certain policies to address our carbon emissions in this state, I wholeheartedly support those discussions because we should be discussing that. But to simply pass that along to the commissioner, as it does in this particular bill, is wrong. We're not doing our job as legislators by ceding our authority to one person. And to say that it's going to go to regulation review, and that's the reason we should be passing that, I don't think is fair to our constituents who we have the fortunate opportunity to represent. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Harding. I'll get into a full debate here, but I don't see this as such a tipping point. And I understand his concerns. I respect his concerns, but I don't see this as a tipping point or a Rip Van Winkle moment where we simply cede control to the commissioner and then we disappear for the next 20 years. These are targets we're setting for 2050, which I don't think is around the corner. It's coming up soon, but it's not here yet. And once we give DEEP authority to start working on these 2050 goals, we'll still be here. We'll be here next year. We'll be here the year after. And after they go through regulations review and the policies are promulgated, we'll still be here. If there's ones we don't like, if they don't make sense, if they increase costs dramatically, we're all sensitive on both sides of the aisle of costs being increased on the citizens of the state. So if we feel that these regulations aren't feasible, we'll be here next year, the year after, and the year after that, to change law again and make sure they are doable by the citizens of this state. So that's just my take on it. I understand this is complex. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that we need to do more on the environment. I mean, it is absolutely necessary, and it's not going to be an easy decision, but if we don't start, when are we going to start working on it? But questions, I think Representative Mushinski, by Representative Cooley.
Just speaking on the bill, we have a chronic immediate problem of.
Mary, we're on an amendment, so.
Okay, so I'm speaking in opposition to the amendment. And here's why. The amendment is watering down the bill to a point where we won't have any movement on the issue. We have a current 432,000 people in Connecticut have lung disease right now. Most of them are urbanized, but some are in towns like mine where our highways cross over the town. Right now, they are being hospitalized, missing school, missing work because of lung diseases from ground level ozone and from particulates. And then down the road, we're not meeting our climate goals. So all the states are trying to work on their climate goals and prepare for the future and try to ameliorate the problem of climate and try to limit the increase in temperature to 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees C at the max to reduce the enormous problems that would come with a higher temperature. Our neighbor states already have the carbon reduction goals by segment of emitters, and they are ahead of us on adapting to this, and we are behind. Section 7 of this bill, just so if people are worried about the transition, Section 7 of the bill has the green bank financing for making these transitions, so that if a subsegment is having trouble making that jump to the new technology, that's where green bank comes in. And I would be the first one to go with the subsector of the economy representatives to green bank and ask them to help finance this transition. And I think that's our job as the legislature, is to help this transition happen. That is what green bank is for. We can help with heating, we can help with transportation, energy efficiency, all these things. Green bank can finance that. And I would be the first one to go over there with whoever needs help with that transition. But our neighbor states in the Northeast all have carbon neutral targets. They have subsector targets. We are behind. This amendment puts us further behind. I would strongly recommend a no on the amendment, a yes on the bill, and let's help these industries make the jump to the new technology. Thank you.
Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Echoing on Senator Harding's comments regarding the ceding of legislative authority to the Deep Commissioner. Historically, republics die not because of outside forces, but because they lose what's known as virtue, which is preserving the system of government they have. This is what hit Rome, the Roman Republic, the Weimar Republic. When a legislature gives up authority to an administrative body, it is incredibly difficult for that legislative body to claw back that power. If you look at the relationship between the United States Congress and the presidency, the ceding of congressional authority to the presidency, creating the imperial presidency during the 20th century, has made the American president much more powerful than our founding fathers would have ever expected, or an American citizen of the 19th century would have expected. Anytime a legislature gives administrative authority to another body, it is improbable that the legislative body will be able to bring that back. Therefore, I'm supporting this amendment. Thank you very much.
Representative Michelle, are you still interested? Oh, good. Wonderful. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to step on any of that, but he was great. But I wanted to just get a little more specific. I've never served on regs review. I asked for it a couple terms, but I didn't get it for some reason. But anyway, it's my experience with dealing with regs review is that we send we charge the commissioner with a regulation and it's more narrow. I mean, it seems like it would be if we asked the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection to regulate the proper storage of a chemical, something specific. This is a wide range any commissioner of DEP could write in the future, could write a regulation that would in fact be almost a chapter of statutes. This is really wide ranging. It's not the role of regs review to go this broad. This is a source of transportation of fuels, of storage of fuels, of commercial and industrial heating and cooling, residential, industrial, agriculture. This is a huge wide range of regs that we're given. And the Regulations Review Committee is a relatively small in number, and they'll come in and meet in June or July when they have to, and pass the thing on and they'll debate it and pass it. But the legislature as a whole has no look at it again. And for that broad of a regulation, this amendment seems to just kind of try and give us some modicum of restraint and check and balance. So we really should pass this. I'm asking my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to just pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be a no on the amendment. Thank you.
You can just vote that way.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wanted to see if I could just ask a quick question of clarification from Representative Mushinski.
It's related to the amendment?
Yes,
Not
through
sure.
you. My question has to do with the Green Bank. Ultimately, who pays for the Green Bank?
Well, the Green Bank works like a bank, so it does loans, low interest loans, so people can make a fuel efficient purchase. And then there's some federal money in it as well, some state money, but it's been very successful. We've already done a lot of transition for furnaces and heat pumps, things like that, to allow people to make the jump. Because the upfront cost, I agree, is a hurdle. But then after you make the transition, you're saving money for the rest of the life of the equipment. And in fact, in my town, we've been trying to get some school buses, and the upfront cost is difficult for a non-fossil fuel school bus. But then the maintenance is almost non-existent after you make the transition. So they help you with the hurdle, and then you get the savings later.
So you would agree that the taxpayer is the one who puts the bill?
No, you're also getting the savings after you make the transition.
Right, but the money comes from somewhere. The Green Bank's money, it doesn't just materialize. The taxpayer is
It
funding
helps,
that.
it helps you make the jump to the next technology.
Okay.
And then you get
Thank
the
you.
savings after that,
All right,
which go back into the Green Bank.
we're all good. Representative Callahan.
Even though Representative Michelle's already voted, I still have a couple things to say. We were all out in our districts, and one of the top things I hear, and I know a lot of my colleagues here, is the unaffordable cost of electricity. For the first time, I've gone on Energize CT, and I keep playing round robin with the different providers, because playing it like the stock market lately, that's how expensive energy is. And by striking Section 2 and Section 3, not only does it give the power back to us from the deep commissioner, who that person could change in the future. This side might not like that person at this point. This side might not like another deep commissioner at some point, based on where what their ideologies are. So it gives the power back to us. But Section 2 specifically, it defines the ability for the deep commissioner to tax your gasoline, the heating oil, any transportation oil, and anything that used to create electricity opens the door to make all those things way more expensive. And in speaking with the Energy Manufacturers Association, they say this is going to create gas lines. And in speaking with those who provide our utilities and the professionals, they said this was all undoubtedly cause increased costs. Granted, I think we should be making incremental steps towards reducing emissions. We've asked the energy industry to do that, and they've done it. They've changed the blends. We have biofuels now. We've done things, and so they've responded to our requests over the years. And now we're saying, well, we don't like that. We asked you to do before, even though you did it. They're reducing their emissions from these fuels to tremendously to record low levels. So let's give them the chance to continue to do that while we establish the renewables. But I think this goes too far, and I would urge support on the amendment, and I would ask for a roll call.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
The amendment for House Bill 1145 through Representative Callahan, Senator Lopes,
No.
Representative Gresco,
No.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell, so no.
Representative Palm,
Palm is a no.
Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzeno,
Representative no.
Representative Baumgardner,
No.
Representative Chafee. Can I have your phone on, sir?
No.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho's yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
No.
Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Felipe,
No.
Senator Gaston,
No.
Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
For the second time, no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Shinsky, no.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day, yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes no.
Representative Bennington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the negative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez votes no.
Representative Smith,
Smith, no.
Representative Beach.
Beach, yes.
And Senator Anwar votes no. Sorry, I was a little late.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Your record is voting no, and I'm sorry, Representative Horn.
Representative Horn votes no.
Thank you, Representative. I have 12 yes and 21 no.
Amendment fails. Any further discussion on the bill? You were in. I got a whole litany of people. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also have an amendment. I'll make a motion. It's LCO number 6259. And I don't know if I just want to give the Madam Clerk some time to get that amendment out. I believe the clerk does have that amendment.
If I may, LCO 6259 is the underlying proposed substitute.
Yeah, what is the LCO? Yeah, he's right.
That's my bill.
That's why. I apologize for that. I have an amendment to 6259. That's the reason I read 62.
So your LCO is?
Do we have my LCO? There's no LCO? Okay, there isn't an LCM. However, Madam Clerk does have the amendment though. That's
I
correct.
do have the amendment, which I've distributed via email.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. They got it. So I have a motion to amend LCO number 6259.
Your second? Second. Second.
If I may summarize, Mr. Chair. This addresses an issue that's been significant to my district, DEEP and DOT. Actually, frankly, it's important to my district, but it's important to all our districts. I've heard from many different representatives and senators throughout this building about the clear cutting of trees, whether it be via DOT or whether it be DEEP, across state property. It hinders our environment. It also has a negative aspect to preserving the open space and beauty that we're fortunate to have across the state of Connecticut. And if the DEEP commissioner, frankly, is going to be asking authority to consider and study carbon emissions across the state of Connecticut and to potentially levy fines and fees and taxes upon such carbon emissions, then they should do an evaluation themselves on the clear cutting of deep properties and state properties all across this state, particularly clear cutting by DOT as well along our state roadways. I've heard that from so many legislators in this building. I know they have significant concerns about that. So again, if DEEP is asking for that authority, if the commissioner's office is asking for this unfettered authority to implement these regulations without any level of legislative approval, other than simply regs review like we talked about, then we would certainly ask that there be a process put in place to evaluate the carbon emissions that they are addressing or dealing with through their actions in clear cutting trees throughout the state of Connecticut. So I have this motion. I think this is good, sound policy. They should be evaluating themselves as well. And I would ask my colleagues to support this measure.
Thank you, Senator Harding. This is a really clever, well thought out amendment. Someone in your staff
You
deserves.
forgot who my predecessor was.
Unfortunately, I would say that there is a bill that covers a lot of the similar subject matter in the Transportation Committee. And this may create conflict with that bill. And as DOT is under the purview of the Transportation Committee, I would not want to pass legislation as conflicting with them. But it bears consideration and thought for in the future. Maybe if we can work something out after the committee process, I generally wouldn't be objectionable to this bill. Unfortunately, I would recommend that we vote this amendment down. Any discussion? Seeing none, do you want a roll call?
I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
For House Bill 1145, Amendment B through Senator Harding, Senator Lopes,
No.
Representative Blanco,
No.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell's a no.
Representative Palm,
No.
Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Arzeno,
Representative votes no.
Representative Baumgardner,
No.
Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho's yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
No.
Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston,
No.
Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Michelle's a no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Jinsky, no.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day's yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes no.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes, pass.
Representative Ryan,
No.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez is no.
Representative Smith,
Smith, no.
Representative Veach,
Veach, yes.
Representative Reyes votes in the negative.
Madam Clerk, could I record my vote as a no?
I believe so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, did you get my vote as a negative?
Yes, I did, Representative Reyes.
Thank
Did
you.
You're welcome. I have 11 yay and 19 nay.
Amendment fails. Any further discussions on Senate Bill 1145? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In this bill, there's a requirement that municipal utilities create a report. And that report that they need to prepare is going to cost them significant money. There are many municipal utilities in this state, several in and around my district, including Norwich Public Utilities, Groton Utilities. There's one in Wallingford I know of. There are a number of them around the state that should not be burdened by the cost of this report. So I have an amendment. I believe it will be a verbal amendment. It does not have an LCO. And it would after the words "by this act" in lines 244, it would insert the following text. Each municipal utility required to submit a report shall be eligible for a grant equal to the cost associated with developing, drafting, and submitting the report. Such grant shall be provided through a request to the Green Bank. And the legislative commissioner's office would be authorized to make any technical or conforming changes that may be necessary. I move that amendment, and I ask to be able to summarize, please.
Seconded by Senator Harding. Please summarize.
Thank you. We do a lot of things that look to the big cities, the big utilities, big companies, and we don't really pay much attention how it affects the smaller entities that are not really the focus of our legislation. In this instance, we are saddling these small utilities with a new burden that's going to cost them money. And this amendment would essentially say that although the state wants the municipal utilities to create this report, we're also going to find a way for them to pay for it through the Green Bank. And I ask that when the roll is taken, when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Also not a terrible idea. It sounds good at first value. I would unfortunately have to say that I would not support this amendment simply as in a complex bill. Inserting something like this might not work well with the rest of the bill. We have not had time to flesh it out. We've not talked to the Green Bank if this is something they could do or want to do. Although I would give you my word, after, if this bill should make it out of committee, I would work with you to see if it is plausible. It's not a terrible idea. And, but at this point, I would ask my colleagues to vote no and vote down the amendment. Any further discussion? Representative Baumgartner.
Yes, I will be voting no on this amendment. I too represent a municipal public utility, live within a district that provides municipal electric and water. I think there are many ratepayers that certainly would love to see how our own municipal utilities are reducing their greenhouse gas emissions. So I will be voting no on the amendment. And should there be any ex parte communications in the future regarding this bill, I'd love to be a part of that, as I do represent a municipal public utility as well. Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment. Oh, sorry, Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to mention, based on Representative Baumgartner's statement, this amendment does not prevent the utilities from creating this report. All it does is provide a mechanism under which that report would be paid for. Under the current bill, the ratepayers and the municipal utility would be paying for the creation and drafting and submission of the report. Under this amendment, they would be able to get a grant through the Green Bank. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. No further. Representative Mushinski.
Also representing a municipal utility. I do like the idea of Green Bank perhaps paying for the study, but I don't want to harm the bill at this point and would like to support the chairman's offer to work on this separately. So to help the municipal utilities. Thank you.
No problem. Seeing none others, I did say your colleague Representative Reddington Hughes also said who pays for the Green Bank. So there's a domino effect there, but seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For House Bill 1145 Amendment C, Senator Lopes,
No.
Representative Gresco,
No.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes no.
Representative Palm,
Palm votes no.
Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan.
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Arzeno, Representative Baumgartner,
No.
Representative Chafee,
No.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho's yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
Dillon votes no.
Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Felipe, Representative Senator Gaston,
No.
Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
For the fourth time, no.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, no.
Representative Parker.
Representative Parker votes no.
I'm so sorry, Representative O'Day.
That's okay. It happens to me at home all the time. Representative O'Day is yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes no.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Representative Reddington Hughes votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Pass.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez votes no.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes no.
Representative Veach,
Veach votes yes.
Rep Reyes, if you could vote no. No.
He passed.
Vote no.
Representative Reyes in the negative.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the fact that
I think we did the vote count. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
It's 12 yes and 17 nay.
All right, amendment fails. Representative O'Day.
Thank you. I kind of anticipated the vote count there a little bit. So I think, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate your willingness on your side to discuss this further coming out in various ways. The reason why this room was so filled earlier and it still has some people left is because of, I believe, a lack of communication with the involved industries and parties of this legislation. When we voted on the current deep commissioner on the floor, there was some discussion about how there was a feeling of a lack of transparency and communication on both sides of the aisle. I think what you're hearing here today is a desire to have more open communication with those that are being affected by such drastic policies coming from our government, state government. And I would just hope that the commissioner would have a more collaborative process in talking to those impacted by this type of policy in this legislation. Because based on what I've heard is there wasn't a whole lot of communication or input from the affected industries in the past. Hopefully going forward, the good chair mentioned that while the legislation is not going to have a complete impact until 2050, I can assure you I'm not going to be here. And I fear that a lot of the industry that's being impacted by this isn't going to be here. And so I would just ask, as someone in the minority party who won't be here much longer, maybe, certainly not at 2050, that whether it's the current deep commissioner, or the next commissioner, or the next executive branch representative, have a more collaborative approach in how this legislation is drafted, or at least created and discussed with those stakeholders. So with that, I do appreciate the good chair's indulgence, and I look forward to working collaboratively going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
No problem, Representative. I couldn't agree more. I mean, the more we communicate, the better. As you know, from the previous bill we just did, asking for more reporting information from DEEP. And we've worked hard, especially on the trash issue, trying to get not both sides, all sides together to talk more about it. I think we are making some progress. Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Day, for your comments, and with that spirit that you talked about protecting our industry, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment on LCO 6259, proposed substitute for SB language for SB 1145, an act concerning the establishment of sector-specific sub-targets for greenhouse gas emissions reductions and regulating emissions of small off-road engines, which we know is getting changed a little bit.
Representative, make a motion.
Motion to add.
Is there a second? Second, Representative Piscopo, please summarize if you wish, Representative Cooley.
Yes. One of the industries that's going to be affected is agriculture. And if the clerk could please distribute the amendment. This amendment is to help create some agricultural exemption and working lands that won't be under the purview of the commissioner to radically change anything. So that they have some protection going forward. One of the things is agriculture in the state has been a long-term vital industry. We can't afford to lose it. Number of other committees are really promoting the local agriculture. Example, local agricultural products to school, local produce for students. I have serious concerns on this bill impacting the ability of farms to be able to produce locally grown food under new economic conditions that this bill would impose. This amendment is to lessen that so that our local farms can be producing the food that we need for our tables, and Connecticut will be a state that is still got a strong agricultural industry in it. We were known as the provisions state during the Revolution, and we still provide food for our residents. And this amendment is so that we will continue to do so, and that DEEP will not be able to overly burden that industry with its regulatory powers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment?
Second.
No, we're past that. Representative Mushinski.
I'm going to urge a rejection of this. And again, the farmers should make an appeal to the Green Bank and get the funding to make the transition. We should not exempt any sector just because we love the farmers, and we do, but everybody's got to play a part in getting us to cleaner air and preventing climate change damage to our state, even the farmers. So again, recommending that they approach Green Bank and that we support them in that. I couldn't remember where the initial funding came from for Green Bank to answer my colleague's question, but they do get funding from RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, and they do get some Clean Energy Fund money as well. And then they leverage private money with the programs and assistance to supplement that. So that's the origin. I could not remember the origin of the funding, but that's where it comes from. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to comment more of a procedural issue for Representative Cooley on an amendment like this. I know we get too much in our silos, and we get we talk to our side, we don't talk to you guys. I mean, there's a lot of these amendments I don't agree, or some of these I agree with. I just want to work on later on. This is an 11-page, highly technical bill with technical language, and I'm not a environmental attorney to understand most of it. It takes 5-6 readings just to get to the point where I can present this bill here. So to come up with an amendment that on face might be good, might be bad, it's hard for me to accept it and bring it into part of the bill when you bring it out on the floor. And I understand there's some reasons we do this, but this looks like a fairly technical bill. But there's no way I can understand how this would change the bill sitting right here, right now. And if it's something we did want to do later on, I'd welcome you to either come to me before the vote, a couple days before the vote, or after we get it out of committee, if we get it out of committee, and we could talk about this sort of change later. It's just a procedural thing for things. If you really want, and these guys on our side know, I get a little testy when people come to me the last minute on the floor, because I simply don't understand what the change would do. So for the public to understand, like, we just can't understand some of these changes and how it will affect the bill or won't affect the bill. Then it makes it very difficult. And these aren't partisan decisions on these amendment votes. These are just practical decisions that I don't know what the outcome would be. So on that long-winded thing, I would urge my colleagues, I will be voting no, and urge my colleagues to vote against this. Any more discussion on this amendment? Representative Drabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it'll come as a surprise to anybody on the committee or in this room. Cows fart. They produce methane when they fart. They also burp. So do pigs. Yeah.
Let me move it.
There has been a push over the last many years to get the cows and the pigs and the chickens and all the other animals out of the barn, out into the pasture. Capturing those burps and farts out in the pasture is at the moment impossible. That produces methane. If we are going to require that farms meet methane limits, we're essentially going to wipe out animal agriculture in Connecticut. It's just that simple. And there are people that would like to see that happen. I know that. They've come up to me and said, my goal is to stop all those horrible farmers from having cows and pigs and chickens and goats. I don't agree with that. I don't think most of the people in this state agree with that. I don't think those people who eat cheeseburgers agree with that. Or those people who don't eat cheeseburgers, but wear leather belts and leather shoes. Or even those who wear wool clothes. It all comes from animals. And those animals have to eat. And that food turns into waste and methane. And if you're going to burden those farmers, many of whom are already on the brink of closing, with this type of regulation, you are going to ensure that animal agriculture in this state is gone. So I encourage you, implore you to exempt farmers from this bill and support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion? I do admit I just had a mental image of cows in the pasture wearing masks and things over the rear end, collecting everything, but seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For House Bill 11-1145, Amendment D, Senator Lopes,
No.
Representative Gresco,
No.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes no.
Representative Palm,
No.
Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Arzano, Representative Baumgardner,
No.
Representative Chafee,
No.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho,
Yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
No.
Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston,
No.
Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
No.
Representative Mashinsky,
No.
Representative O'Day,
Yes.
Representative Parker,
No.
Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Rader,
Raider votes no.
Representative Redington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes votes in the negative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez votes no.
Representative Smith, Representative Beach.
Beach votes yes.
Eleven voting yes and 17 nay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment fails. Any further discussion in the underlying bill? You haven't spoken yet. Representative Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Early in this discussion, we talked about TCI, which fortunately didn't come to a vote, but it could have put, some said, added 26 cents a gallon to gasoline. We also have talked about the impact of this bill if it passes on the industry, on farmers, but let's talk about our primary interest should be consumers. I don't think there's been a real cost benefit analysis of this bill. Potentially, I did see one of TCI, if it was implemented regionally or nationally, that perhaps it would affect global temperatures by 0.5 degrees Celsius by the turn of the century. Of course, that all depends what the rest of the world's doing. We all know China's still expanding, burning coal. So this bill has potentially very negligible benefit to global warming, climate change. It has potential of greatly increasing consumer costs for food, for electricity, natural gas, heating oil. So my concern is global cooling. People cannot afford to heat their houses in the winter. We already saw a lot of that the last couple winters where costs were way up. So this is a hidden, potentially very large regressive tax that will make Connecticut even more unaffordable with potentially no measurable benefit. So I urge everyone to oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Harrison still?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Underlines 210 to 216. It refers to burning brush. And it refers to some other statutes, which I did go back and read. Under those reference statutes, there is a list of items that are carved out. I want to make sure that there's going to be no conflicting language, since the carve out includes burns for fire training, insect infestation, ag, and a few others. As we move forward, I think it's important for us to be very clear. Those are things that can be very important. Fire training, insect infestations. Some of our ag burns are to clear brush lines of invasive species. And there are a few others that are listed. So that's my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Harrison. Rep. Cooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of numerous problems with this bill, but fundamentally, anytime you're increasing economic costs on any economic activity, it creates a burden, but it also does something else. That economic activity usually doesn't stop. It tends to move to where the financial conditions are better. So when we're looking at Connecticut and we're cranking up costs on Connecticut because we want to lessen the environmental impact, in many cases, we're going to just shift that production somewhere else where the environmental concerns are less, and you end up with more overall environmental damage. One of the things that's been problematic is, as the United States has lessened its industrial output, China has exploded to fill that hole. And to be blunt, China doesn't really care. They pollute at an incredibly much higher rate than we do. And moving economic production out of any kind of economic production out of Connecticut, even its agricultural production, in all probability, it's that economic activity is going to move to a place where its costs are lower and its environmental standards are less. Capital moves to where it's most efficient. Production moves to where it's most efficient. This is a historical rule. I don't see in the long run this bill being beneficial to Connecticut. And I also don't think that it's in the long run going to be environmentally beneficial. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I don't want to butcher what Attorney Rothenberger told me yesterday, but there have been other states who have passed similar legislation and not seen related economic loss of activity. So, but we know things go all over the place. Any further discussion? Oh, Representative Callahan.
Well, I appreciate the indulgence with all the amendments. Obviously, the number of amendments and the content of the amendments show the great concern we have on our side about this bill. As many of us here, I've read and reread the bill, and to me, it's TCI, cap and trade, all rolled into one. The problem, this creates many problems where it will increase energy costs. And as my good colleague, Representative Anderson said, with undefined or negligible benefit. the solutions, and I have great respect for Representative Mashinsky, and the Green Bank began with public funding, taxpayer funding, and they do get other funding from investments they've made. But again, it's telling the people of Connecticut, yes, we're going to do this. We're going to increase all your costs, but now come with your handout to the state to give you money to pay for the increases, because and many of us won't qualify. I don't make a lot of money, but I certainly don't qualify for a lot of these benefits. So now it's households around Connecticut are going to have to absorb these costs unless they want to go groveling to the Green Bank or to the state for LIHEAP or something else. So I think this is going to be devastating to the people of Connecticut. It's going to be devastating to our economy if it goes further. And I certainly will go back to my district and tell them I voted no on increasing all their energy costs. And I'm hoping my colleagues around the table today will vote no as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on Senate Bill 1145?
Senate Bill 1145, LCO 6259, an act concerning the establishment of sector-specific sub-targets for greenhouse gas emissions reduction and regulating emissions of small off-road engines. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockendahl,
Senator Hockendahl votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding,
No.
Representative Callahan.
No.
Representative Anderson,
No.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzeno, Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Did you miss me? This is Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Chafee,
Yes.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, no.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky, Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston,
No.
Representative Harrison,
No.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Michelle's a yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day, no.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Representative Reagan Hughes votes no.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Smith, Representative Beach.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk.
Yep.
Yes,
Go
Senator.
ahead, Senator Gaston.
Senator Gaston would like to change his vote from no to yes, please.
Thank you, sir. It'll be noted. We don't need the tally. That vote will be held open. On to the next bill, Senate Bill 1147. Is there a motion to raise this bill? Was there a second? Baumgardner to Michelle.
If I may, just to clarify, the motion is to JFS the bill.
Thank you, sir. You are
Thank you.
correct.
Mr. Chair, can we have the LCO number? on
I'm
that?
working on it.
Thank you.
LCO 6261. I was on the wrong page. Any discussion on this bill? No discussion? Consentable?
This is the EJ bill.
Yeah. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I
appreciate the intent of this bill. I think that certainly noble. I am willing to support it out of committee today. And the reason being is I think that, overall, from an overall perspective, particularly in the urban areas of our state and in the environmental justice communities, the siting council does need to have more local representation, local discussion surrounding the projects and where they get cited. And so for that reason, I will be supporting the measure to continue this discussion related to measures, again, that bring local discussion voices to the conversation when it comes down to the siting council's decisions. However, I do want to put on the record, and I think I voice the concerns of some of my colleagues or many of my colleagues in that one thing I would not want to see is a hindrance to improvements for whether it be permitting for sewer infrastructure improvements or permitting for other improvements on other affecting facilities that need improvements that would actually help address and curb the negative environmental impacts of some of these affecting facilities. To have these projects stymied by this legislation. I think that that's something we need to be very careful about. And it's obviously something I don't think anybody on this committee would want to see. So it's a balancing act. I think that, again, I fully support more local voices and conversation regarding projects that get approved by the siting council. And that's the reason why I'm willing to vote for this, to have a continued discussion on this. I think it's critically important, particularly in the environmental justice communities we have throughout our state. However, I just, again, want to put on the record the concern that I have about improvements to these affecting facilities, particularly improving the negative aspects of the environmental impact these facilities have, being hindered due to this legislation, because I do see some aspects and provisions in which that could be the case, and that's obviously not anything that I want to see, nor anyone on this committee would want to see. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you. I have to admit a little upset now because I think you stole my entire wrap-up speech to this bill.
I learned from smart people.
No, you did it better than I did. So I agree with you 100%, and it saves me time from having to wrap up. But I feel that it's an important bill. We should be doing aspects of this. There are potential unintended consequences, and we really got to dig those out. Representative Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate Senator Harding's comments, and I do echo those concerns that we maybe have negligible effects on something that we're trying to have positive effects on. The only other concern I'd like to put on the record is that when it comes to the affected EJ communities, for instance, Representative Dubitsky has several in his district. With the siting council, I believe my reading of the bill is will allow comment from anywhere in the state. And it seems like I would just like to flag that portion of the bill. I would like if the community that the siting councils, I think they should be the ones commenting and not someone from the other side of the state. So hopefully we can take another look at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In agreement with our ranking members, and just to be specific, for me, it's in the biomass issue, and then the water diversion permit issue that will continue to need some additional works. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then, thank you, Representative Veach, for the cookies. Appreciate it.
Are they vegan? I'll have some. If they're vegan.
You should have done, this before the vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge the good work that's been done to move this forward compared to the other years. I do have some of my constituents getting COPD and asthma, and I'm talking of all ages, and other constituents across the state in environmental justice communities that need us to work on this ASAP. Sorry, I can't. I'm lactose intolerant because I'm vegan. Sorry. And so I'll be voting in favor of this bill, but I also look forward to the conversation of changing the mays to shalls. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further, Representative Pisco, followed by Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Just real quickly, I'm a little troubled by another, I appreciate your willingness to work on this bill going forward. Works in progress make me a little nervous, but I will say that while you are taking a good look at this bill, there's a failure to grandfather those that are already in business and employing a lot of people within that zone. So please take a look at that as far as them trying to get permits to keep their place safe, those kind of things. So I'm again, I am a little bit nervous about work in progress, and I'm gonna be voting no.
Understood. As long as we don't use that word, those words work in progress. We're not allowed to use that anymore. Representative Reyes.
Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Lopes, and to the Environmental Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Want to thank the ranking Senator Harding on his words, encouraging words for the support of the bill. I think that long as I've been in the Environment Committee, we've been working diligently towards getting one of the best environmental justice laws in the state of Connecticut. And I like to see the effort that's been, I really like the effort that was put into the work this year. And I do want to thank Commissioner Dykes for meeting with the folks to help move this bill along. And I think that Connecticut as a whole needs to continue to roll up our sleeves and continue to do more work in this environmental justice arena. There are cities and municipalities with really high asthma and unintended consequences because of injustices done in the past. So I compliment everybody on the work that's been done, and I'm thankful to this committee for bringing this bill up today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Dillon, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I have been here for a while. I'm going to be supporting this bill largely out of courtesy to my good friend Representative Reyes, who I respect tremendously. But I'm very heartened today to hear that there are going to be further conversations, and I look forward to them. But I will be willing to vote yes.
Thank you, Representative. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For Senate Bill 1147, LCO 6261, an act concerning the environmental justice program of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Yes.
Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Arzeno, Representative Von Gardner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley, Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky, Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston, Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle, Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day, yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Redding Hughes,
Reddington Hughes votes yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan in the affirmative.
Representative Sanchez,
Sanchez, absolutely, yes.
Representative Smith. Representative Beach.
Beach is a yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, a reminder, votes will be held open for 2 hours following the conclusion of the business in the room. We will recess, and then for 2 hours, the votes will be held open. The next item is item number 5, under Roman numeral 3, House Bill 6486, an act concerning extended producer responsibility for tires. It's a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion. Moved by Representative Reyes, seconded by, I do it
Second.
myself, Senator Lopes. Thank you. This bill would establish a statewide tire extended producer responsibility program to manage certain discarded tires that I'm sure each one of us experiences in our districts back home. It requires tire producers to join a stewardship organization that they create or select. By January 1st of 2025, they have to develop a plan and a program for submittal to DEEP. At this point, the JFS language changes from the original bill to this plan. The original bill, if you recall, would have involved the Department of Revenue Services and an additional fee on tires when you bought new ones and took your old ones back. And as a point of clarification, the current fee that you pay when you go to get new tires is not regulated by the state. So there's no way of tracking where that money that you pay for the discarding of the tires goes. So this would have a way of tracking that going forward. We would continue to have a conversation on this. The industry, to their credit, has stepped up and is willing to have this conversation. I've been told that manufacturers such as Michelin are seeing that this is the way to go. So they are participating in this. There is also a discussion ongoing with the Department of Transportation to potentially have a larger end of use for these tires, meaning tire-derived asphalt. There's also the possibility of tire-derived backfill, tire-derived cold hot patches, and the like. So at this point, we're hoping that the track record that the state of Connecticut has had with successful EPRs, paint, mattresses, last year cylinders, and electronics would continue. Are there any questions or comments concerning the bill? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I approached this bill in a similar fashion to how I approached the previous bill that we addressed on the agenda. I have concerns about EPR programs costing the consumer more money when they purchase the item, in this case being a tire. I still have that concern. With that said, I do acknowledge the fact, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, in your summarization, that tire manufacturers currently impose that deposit upon purchase. And if there is a willingness on the part of this particular bill to replace essentially that deposit with a regulated system in which there's a little more transparency surrounding a fee that may be involved, it could actually reduce the cost for the consumer. I'm not saying it will. However, I do acknowledge the fact that it may, and that is the reason I would support it today at a committee. But again, in order for me to put my full support behind this bill going forward, I want to see those numbers, and I'd want to see some level of commitment that this is actually going to reduce cost on consumers. I think there's a potential there where it could. And so that being the case, I would be willing to consider. This is kind of a unique system. It's different than mattress and paint, in which there was really no fee collected at the beginning prior, when the EPR program was implemented. This is a case in which the deposit is being taken currently by industry. So it creates a rather unique circumstance here. And because of that, I'm going to have a continued discussion on this again. But I need to see going forward, and I'm going to ask to see going forward that this is truly going to be more transparency for the fee that the consumers are going to pay here in the state, and that also that it may even reduce the cost of that deposit, and therefore reducing the cost of tires for people in the state as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Harding. Any other comments or questions? Representative Callahan.
Just a brief comment, and I can't help it. I don't want to go round and round with this, but I have spoken to at length with the chairs on this, and I do have some concerns. But I do want to put on the record that the tire industry is already repurposing over 70% of their tires, probably more. And they've already made a great effort to remove these out of the stream, not the actual stream. That's what this is doing, but the recycle stream. So and I echo Senator Harding's concerns. We have an industry has already been exemplary, and I just don't want it to turn into punishment on the consumer. So, but I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Any other comments or questions? Representative Harrison, followed by Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only concern as I read this bill is it talks about the tire stewardship organization submitting a plan, getting that plan approved, and the back and forth of it, which it should be with the commissioner and with DEEP, and then, revising it. But it does say that if, the commission, if the organization cannot meet the requirements that the commissioner has said, that the commissioner prevails. And I think I would ask if we can somehow put in here an appeal process for someone to be the nonpartisan, if you will, arbitrator of such a process. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. Point taken. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Harrison brought up what I was going to bring up, but maybe we could push give some constructive criticism to the Department of Transportation to move along on whatever regulations, permitting, whatever it takes to incorporate the tires in the asphalt, as you had mentioned. It just seems like such a way to go. That the roads last longer, the ride's quieter, and all those good things. But I just so I'll flag this with a no until we see the final product. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Any other comments or questions? Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to echo my colleagues' comments, do I understand correctly that the industry is supportive of this legislation as it stands?
Well, you would have to ask them, but if I had to guess, probably not. But the way the negotiations were going in the months previous to this were based on the bill that was the underlying bill, which would have incorporated an additional fee on top of what they were already getting, and having the state involved through the Department of Revenue Services to dole out this grant money to municipalities who have to clean this up, as we all know. We would like to start from this point going forward to basically keep the state out of it, if I could help it, and let the industry police itself, much like the electronics industry does, much like the paint industry does. I'd rather, well, you know why, I'd rather not get the state involved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to vote no. I want to flag it as well. I was remiss. I meant to reach out to the DOT myself, because I do recall being on transportation, they were going to create more of a need or supply need of these tires in doing as my colleague had stated, and utilizing the used tires in the asphalt. And it's just, it's better road. It does a lot of good for our highways. So I'm going to vote no and look forward to working further on this legislation, assuming it's going to get out. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Yeah, to your point about the tire derived asphalt, the DOT has had a couple of pilot programs here in the state, and it would probably just take them in their request for proposal for potential asphalt providers to include that provision in the request for proposal. So I'm told. Any other questions or comments on Representative Reddington Hughes?
Just a quick question, Mr. Chair. It's actually regarding something that you just said, as far as the electronics and the paint industry are concerned. What are their percentages of how they, collect and reuse their products? I know that the tires are up to 70%.
Well, the electronics industry is close to 90% when last I was briefed, and the 76% recycling and recovery of tires. It depends on what you consider recycling and recovery. Shredding and burning in a paper mill. I'm thinking if we can find a better use than that for these products. One of the individuals that has been taking part in the discussions has a crumb rubber manufacturing facility in Plainfield. And he is telling us that we can do better. We can find alternatives and life uses for moldings and the like. So that's hopefully the direction we're going to be able to go with this.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Mashinsky.
It's just a question. I know you're the primary sponsor of this, and if a sector of the industry is doing really well with a high recycling percentage record, and tires are not stolen from their company and dumped illegally and so on, if they meet certain standards, would the system we're setting up favor them to keep doing what they're doing and focus mainly on the bad actors who are not recycling, who are allowing their tires to be taken out of the back and some sold and some dumped? So is there a way where this process can separate out and not regulate the people who are meeting standards and then go after the ones who are not meeting standards?
That would be up to the stewardship council that is formed on this. They know their business better than you or I do. And they know how to potentially stop this from happening. I just went and got 2 new tires last week, and I asked them to show me in the back, and they have a cage, and where they have all the discarded tires so that nobody comes in. But they're probably one of the better actors. To your point, the ones we would hopefully get on board are the individuals that just let this, come out the back of the facility, and then the decision is made what tire I can save, and the tires I can't save end up in the North Haven tire pond, or in West River in New Haven, or I can't remember the location in Bridgeport that we just had them. So this is the problem we're trying to solve with help of the industry.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on House Bill 6486. JFS to the floor.
House Bill 6486, LCO 6272, and act concerning extended producer responsibility for tires. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Arzano, Representative Baumgardner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley, Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho's yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Tubitsky, Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston, Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle, Representative Mashinsky,
Shinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Days, no.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Representative Beach,
Beach votes no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, the votes will be held open for 2 hours. At the conclusion of the agenda, we will be in recess during that 2-hour period for individuals that have prior and other commitments. Moving on to item number 6 under Roman numeral 3, Senate Bill 1146, an act concerning revisions to various programs to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, JFS, to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Baumgardner. This bill makes quite a few technical changes to deep regulations, updating training requirements for conservation officers, requiring the deep commissioner to give notice of a public hearing on proposed fishing regulations, allows the deep commissioner to declare an emergency closed season for species that are threatened with depletion. Other items here include deep criteria to temporarily reissue or permanently transfer fishing licenses. Of note, for me personally anyway, sections 10 and 11 relating to the open space and watershed land acquisition program. Currently, none of the OSWA grants may be made for land that is already committed for public use. This bill provides an exception to this to allow us to continue towards our goal of 21% open space by, well, next year, but we're not going to reach that, but we still need to continue going. And then the only change that the JFS language provides is deleting section 12, which would still require a deep to do air monitoring of downwind of the Cricket Valley Energy Center in New York. Any questions or comments on the bill? Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring an oral amendment, please, forward to amend the bill on section 2, line 51, after the word site, to add the commissioner or the commissioner's designated representative shall provide a copy of such notice to all localities where such waters are situated to be published on their internet website. And in section 3 on line 82, after hearings, insert the commissioner or the commissioner's designated representative shall provide a copy of such notice to all coastal areas with persons substantially affected by such regulations to be published on their internet website. I move adoption of the amendment.
Seconded by Representative Callahan. Care to summarize?
I will. So currently the language says that all the notices shall be posted on DEEP's website. And this is again a way to make it a little more transparent and to get the word out for the public hearing that these communities that would be affected, just giving them the option to also post it on their website to make more of our citizens aware. Thank you.
Would these notices be recyclable? Let's hope so. Like I mentioned earlier to Representative Cooley, it's a little tough on these because I don't know how it affects the overall bill. This one seems pretty simple and clear. I don't have a per se objection to this bill. I think we can do it as a friendly amendment, but with one caveat that if I do find a problem with this bill after we get out of committee, and I'll let you know, of course, it would have to get pulled out later on in the process on the Senate floor. But as of right now, I don't see this as an objectionable amendment. And if we want, we can do it as a voice vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The amendment has been made.
Madam Clerk, you're good? Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the underlying bill, which is Senate Bill 1146? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for Senate Bill 1146, LCO 6260, and then, of course, with the verbal amendment just approved.
Senator Lopes, Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan.
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Arzano, Representative Baumgartner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes yes at this point.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Tubitsky, Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston, Representative Harrison,
No.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Shinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Parker,
Representative Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Representative Veach,
Veach is yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam,
Whoops, here we go.
excuse me,
yes,
Madam,
excuse me, Madam
yes,
Clerk. I'd like to change my vote to yes, sorry.
thank you, Representative Harrison.
And you also have Senator
And-
Anwar.
me too. This is Senator Anwar. I vote yes. I thought it was an amendment. I apologize for the confusion.
Thank you, Senator Harding. So, Senator Anwar, your vote is yes?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Moving on to item number 7 on the agenda, House Bill 6810, an act concerning minor revisions to the state's authority to regulate certain nuclear materials, a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Representative Baumgartner made the motion, seconded by Senator Lopes. The bill makes minor changes to the state's radiation statutes and basically moves us forward in the transition to becoming an agreement state status with the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It basically says the DEEP can assume the NRC's responsibility for regulating and licensing certain radiation and nuclear material, such as the X-ray machines in your dentist office, material and equipment in hospitals. However, it does have the caveat where the NRC remains responsible for regulating the nuclear power plant, nuclear waste, and the like. Any questions or comments on the bill? Seeing none. Well, let me just check virtually here before I jump the gun. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
For House Bill 6810, LCO 6264, an act concerning minor revisions to state's authority to regulate certain nuclear materials, Senator Lopes? Representative Gresco? Senator Hockenell?
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm?
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding?
Yes.
Representative Callahan?
Yes.
Representative Anderson?
Yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Arzeno? Representative Baumgardner?
Yes.
Representative Chafee?
Chafee votes yes.
Representative Cooley?
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dancho?
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon? Representative Dubitsky? Representative Felipe? Senator Gaston? Representative Harrison?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Horn? Representative McGee? Representative Michelle? Representative Mushinski?
Yes.
Representative O'Day?
Yes.
Representative Parker? Representative Piscopo?
Yes.
Representative Rader? Representative Reddington Hughes?
Yes.
Representative Reyes? Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan, yes.
Representative Sanchez? Representative Smith? Representative Veach?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, holding the votes open until 2 hours after the conclusion of our agenda. And before we move on to the next bill, Representative Dubitsky is in the room. You might want to ask him if he was a yes. On 6810.
And 6810,
No
Representative
problem.
Dubitsky?
We're gonna pause and go on to the next bill on the agenda, which is number 8 under Roman numeral 3. House Bill 6809, an act concerning financial incentives for certain stream side buffers. It would be a JFS to the floor. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Mushinski, seconded by Representative Baumgardner. The bill would require DEEP to use some state funding and potentially even ARPA funds for stormwater infrastructure to acquire conservation easements along streams and rivers and require a buffer along that stream and river. There's multiple studies that indicate allowing for natives and for cover along the stream side and riverside, benefits of both wildlife and water quality immensely. The JFS language in the bill would require the DEEP commissioner to update the department's comprehensive training program for inland wetland agency members to be included in their service. If you remember, House Bill 5616 had a piece of that education in it. We are just taking the education component and not the definition changes from 5616 and putting them in 6809. Any question? Well, before we go on, I just wanted to say on the record that I obviously will support this bill, but I would like to see DEEP entertain the idea of minimum setbacks for our state as we go forward. That being said, any other questions or comments on this bill? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, does this allow the state to take these easements by eminent domain?
Not based on my reading of the information provided to us in the bill and the JFS language.
Okay, so let's say I've got a pond and I have agricultural land that goes, have the pond fenced around, and I have agricultural land that goes right up to the edge of the pond. So under your interpretation, DEEP cannot force me to add a buffer around that pond?
From my interpretation of the language, correct.
Then what does it do? If it doesn't give the state the ability to force me to put a buffer in, then what does it do?
It basically allows DEEP to create a conservation easement for using stormwater or ARPA funds in acquiring conservation easements along rivers and streams. So if you are approached as a property owner and hey, we want to purchase a conservation easement along the stream that goes through your property, and you say no, okay, but if you say yes, now DEEP has the ability to use the stormwater funds to purchase that easement. We're not trying to mandate this, but offer an incentive to protect our rivers and streams.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Any other comments or Senator Harding?
I just had similar to concerns that Representative Dubisky raised, but with your confirmation that this does not expand the state's ability to essentially force an easement upon a property owner, and this is just something that expands DEEP's funding access to purchase on a voluntary basis from the property owner regarding an easement, I would be okay with this language.
Thank you, Senator Harding. That's another bill coming down the pike. Any other comments or questions? Representative Dancho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too agree that I would like to see a minimum footage requirement placed on anything that is going to be used for these streamside buffers. And I'd also like to know if the property owner does decide to, it sounds like they have the option, if asked, to have the buffer put in, if that property square footage would be removed from their tax rolls.
Well, that's a good question. That would have to be answered by DEEP, I would assume. If they assume the conservation easement on that, yeah, there you go. Well, there you go. According to our resident expert on agriculture, conservation easements are taxed as agriculture land, which potentially would be a reduction in taxes for the individual, which would be a double incentive for doing that. Whoops. Any other questions or comments on 6809? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
For House Bill 6809, LCO 6253, an act concerning financial incentives for certain streamlined buffers. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yeah, yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Yes.
Senator Harding, Representative Callahan,
I have to pass for a minute.
Representative Anderson,
Pass.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzano, Representative Baumgardner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee,
Chafee votes yes.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes no.
Representative Dancho, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky,
Pass.
Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston, Representative Harrison,
Pass.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle, Representative Mashinsky,
Krasinski, yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative Days, no.
Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Arlington Hughes,
No.
Representative Reyes, Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Representative Veach,
Rep H votes no.
I've have had some people have passed, so I'd like to just start up again. if that's
We just pause, we're gonna
Keep
hold
the
the
votes
votes
open, I
open, but
understand.
as a clarification on Bill 6809, when asked, it seems that the majority of, if not all of the funding was going to be ARPA funds via DEEP and not the stormwater funds. I actually had Bill Lucy from Save the Sound ask that question. And then the proponents of the bill didn't have a problem being in competition with those for those funds with DEEP.
So if I may, Mr.
Senator Harding.
And I appreciate the indulgence here because I know we're a little out of order and there was some confusion on which bill. So just to reiterate, because I think the concern of some of my members, including myself, which I didn't get on the record prior to the vote, and I apologize for that, is that the stormwater funds that are being accessed would be funds that would be previously allocated to municipalities. But your clarification, Mr. Chair, is that wouldn't be the case because these would be ARPA funds that would be utilized in this effort?
That is correct. That is the recon that I got. That's the answer I got from Save the Sound, who I asked to ask DEEP that exact question.
All right, Madam Clerk, that'll be held. If people either change their votes or vote in a pass, you can see the clerk and do it whenever you wish. We're on to item 9, Senate Bill 1069. And once again, I'm out of order. I can't find the right page. What's the LCO? Do you have it?
6252.
LCO 6252. Bear with me for a moment. Yep, 625. Thank you. You are correct. 6252 LCO. An act concerning revisions to certain domestic animal related statutes. This is a agency bill from the Department of Agriculture. Numerous changes to domestic statutes concerning domestic animals summarized below. It's a long list. Any questions on this bill?
If I may, there needs to be a motion.
Thank you, sir. May I have a motion? Representative Ryan, followed by seconded by Representative Gresco. I believe it was Representative Dubitsky with questions, or go ahead, sir.
and brings, oh, sorry. And brings that dog to to shows, the place where they're grooming that dog for the show essentially becomes a grooming facility that's regulated under this bill. So I have an amendment that I believe has been distributed or will be distributed. Yeah. That I just want to make sure everybody's got it before I move to, well, I guess I got to move first. All right, I move the amendment that has some changes in it. It changes the definition of breeding facility. And it changes the definition of grooming facility. And it creates a category of personal kennel. And what that does is it recognizes that there are just people's houses where a family has a couple of dogs. And I ask that the amendment be adopted, and I move for adoption and ask that I be able to summarize the addition, the changes.
I believe there's a second, Vice President Callahan. Harding, sorry, Senator Harding, please summarize, sir.
Thank you. As I said, it adds breeding facility. I mean, it changes the definition of breeding facility. It changes the definition of grooming facility, and it adds a definition for personal kennel. And throughout, what it does is it recognizes that that a small household breeder that only breeds a couple litters a year is qualitatively and quantitatively different from a major commercial facility. Now, I have gotten input from a number of different stakeholders in this field, including DEEP, the DOAG, and Breeders Association. There is not, to be honest, universal acceptance of these changes. My understanding is DOAG doesn't think it's necessary, but my feeling is that at this point, what I'd like to do with, of course, the committee's indulgence is to move this amendment and get everybody in the same room afterwards and see if this amendment needs tweaking. I believe that this is going in the right direction because the current bill treats everybody the same, treats the big commercial operators the same as you or me if we had a couple of dogs. And I don't think that that is really what the intent of this should have been. I'm not sure that it really was the intent. My understanding is that DOAG thought that there could be a differentiation. I don't know, maybe they thought that they could fix it in regulations. I don't know. But I know this is heading in the right direction, at least by recognizing that difference. And I ask that it be, I ask that the committee adopt this change, and voice vote would be fine.
Thank you, Representative. I agree with you on a couple factors, especially that I think things are moving in the right direction. I read the amendment. and this is a bill that went through a couple permutations, a huge fight over certain definitions. The JFS language takes out most of those complicated matters that would have made this a difficult agency bill. But I read the amendment and it's also a bit convoluted in my view, and I can't say I come from a farming community. I think we have one run by a guy named Joey. Hi, Joey. But I would say, I've talked to DOAG about this. They want to continue discussions with you and whoever you bring into this group. And I will give you my word that should the two of you come together with language on this, that the section that is clear and makes sense, I'd be happy to do it. I would not object to it whatsoever. But in that vein, I would say that I do not want this amendment in at this time and ask it to either withdraw it or we would vote it down. Any discussion on the matter? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you will commit to that, then I will withdraw my amendment.
That is appreciated.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the bill? Any further discussion on the bill? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For Senate Bill 1069 on Amendment A, Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenall votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Yes.
Point of order. Are we voting on an amendment or are we voting on the bill? Well, that's not what I heard.
Amendment was withdrawn. I said vote on the bill. We were voting on the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please reiterate that.
thank you. My misunderstanding as well. So Senate Bill 1069, LCO 6252, an act concerning revisions to domestic animal related statutes. Senator Lopes. Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenall votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Yes.
Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Arzano,
Representative votes yes.
Representative Baumgardner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley.
votes yes.
My apologies, Representative. I didn't see you in the room. Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston, Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn,
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Representative McGee, Representative Michelle, Representative Mashinsky,
Shinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day, yes.
Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Barrington Hughes, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan, Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Representative Veach,
Veach votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to number 10 under Roman numeral 3, House Bill 6725, an act revising certain farming and aquaculture programs of the Department of Agriculture. It would be a JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion. Anyone? Bueller?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Arzano. The bill revises some of the farmland restoration grant program language. It also makes some changes to the Connecticut Grown program going forward. The bill also allows DOAG to subdivide future purchase of development rights under that farmland preservation program. It also allows for egg producers who sell to through farm stands to have the eggs stored at 45 degrees and be quote unquote clean. It also requires the DOAG commissioner to encourage development and expansion of some small scale aquaculture operations for shellfish. The JFS language change, we removed the word federal from section 1 in order to streamline the process of potentially getting as much money as possible into the farmland restoration grant program, and makes a technical fix in section 6 that DOAG suggested. Any questions or comments on the legislation pending? Senator Harding, followed by Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first off, I have a couple reservations regarding this bill. The first is section 5, which I know one of my colleagues will be addressing. And I appreciate my colleague for addressing that particular issue. My second concern is more parochial to my district, and I'm fortunate enough to represent. As the good chair mentioned in regards to his summary of the bill, some of the Connecticut grown statutes are being modified based upon the language in this bill. One of those issues, as I mentioned, impacts the farmers in my district, particularly those farmers along the western New York border. In this particular bill, it changes the Connecticut grown label. There had been some changes a couple years back that would allow a farmer who has a farm in Connecticut, located in Connecticut, but may lease property slightly over the border in New York, for example, in Salisbury or Sharon or those communities, would allow them, if they had product within 10 miles of the border, having a Connecticut property, but leasing some farm property within 10 miles of the border, to still have that considered as Connecticut grown. You know, my understanding is this is somewhat of a common operation along the western border, and maybe even a common operation along the eastern border as well. And so my concern is that would impact some farmers that I'm fortunate enough to represent on the western side of our state. And due to that, I would not be able to support it with that language in the bill. And it's frustrating to me because I think we made this change just a couple of years back, and it's looking now to be taken away. And so that coupled with section 5, which one of my colleagues will be addressing, are my concerns regarding this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments concerning the bill before us? I know that I have been in contact with the Department of Agriculture, and they have said to me that they're committed to working with the Farm Bureau and Working Lands Alliance on the development of the resubmission of the farmland preservation regs in conjunction with the Farmland Preservation Advisory Board. They'll hopefully take up this topic during their upcoming meeting. Hopefully, following passage of this bill, that Farmland Preservation Advisory Board and the rest of the industry, it'll be a collaborative effort to implement this, and I'm referring to section 5 in the legislation. Any other questions or comments concerning the legislation? Representative Reddington Hughes.
Mr. Chair, the clerk has an amendment, and I believe that it's been distributed. This has to do with the section 5. I would like to strike section 5 in its entirety and insert the amendment that was distributed. The intent of this would be to clarify that it is only preserving the development rights that already exist at the time of the sale and that are still in effect. Because the language that is presented is kind of murky.
Is that in form of a motion?
Yes.
A motion made by Representative Reddington Hughes for this amendment, seconded by Representative Callahan. And we have all just been emailed the language. Any discussion on this? Representative Reddington Hughes, you care to summarize?
As I said, it would be to clarify that it is only preserving the development rights that already exist at the time of the sale and that are still in effect.
Thank you, Representative Reddington Hughes. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was some angst over the language as it was written because it appeared to open the door to subdivision of existing development rights that had been sold. So when you've got, let's say you've got a farm and you've got a 100-acre farm and you sell the development rights for 99 acres and you keep 1 acre for your house or to build a house in the future. So that is now a block of development rights that has been sold and is held by either a land trust or the state or some entity that's going to oversee the development rights, and the owner no longer owns those development rights, so they can't put a factory or a Walmart or something else in that area. If you were to, if this bill were to allow that existing block of development rights to be subdivided, it would essentially negate the purpose of selling it in the first place. So what the language that's in the current bill seems to do is it seems to open up the subdivision of development rights, existing, future, current, which is apparently not the intent of what DOAG had in mind. I did indeed speak to the commissioner, and he said that indeed the idea was that going forward, if a farmer wants to sell the development rights, they can sell it in sections. So they can take that 100-acre parcel and they can make perhaps 4 or 3 25-acre parcels and 1 24-acre parcel of development rights without actually subdividing the land. And then in the future, if those different sections were going to be sold, it wouldn't, it would, the development rights would still be on the property, but like a starting farmer who couldn't afford to buy the whole thing could just buy one of the 25-acre sections. Whereas right now they kind of have to buy the whole thing because it's one block. So this just makes it clear that it's going forward. It's only prospective. It is not, there is no ability to break up parcels that are already there. Apparently DOAG had originally thought about doing it in regulation as opposed to statute, but as we all know, most people don't read the regulations, they read the statutes, and if the statute is unclear, we've got problems. So I support this amendment. It just clarifies what the commissioner indicated was the intent, and it will not change the ability to put other things into regulation. So I encourage the support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Any other comments or questions on the proposed amendment? Representative Mushinski.
Mr. Chairman, is the department here? We could ask them if that's accurate.
That is, well, I've kind of done that already. So if you're done, I can make
No,
a statement.
if you already have asked them, I would love to hear what they said to you. The department.
So thank you, Representative Mashinsky. And to that end, in conferring with the Department of Agriculture, the current underlying bill would be for the future development right easements going forward, and would need to be agreed upon during the time of the sale. DOAG believes that you're kind of on the same path and going in the same direction. But if at this point, if we could either withdraw the amendment, or I would advise us to vote it down. The Department of Agriculture would be willing to have this conversation going forward, and if compromise language was agreed upon, it would be amended on the House floor before we take it up. Any other comments or questions concerning the proposed amendment?
Yeah, I would like to withdraw with the promise of compromised language.
Thank you, Representative Reddington Hughes. Madam Clerk, the amendment has been withdrawn from consideration. Any other comments or questions on the underlying bill 6725? Check virtually here. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll for House Bill 6725.
House Bill 6725, LCO 6254, an act concerning the farming and agriculture programs of the Department of Agriculture. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell,
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding,
No.
Representative Callahan.
No.
Representative Anderson,
No.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Arzeno,
Representative votes yes.
Rep. Baumgardner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee, Representative Cooley,
Chafee votes yes.
thank you, Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes no.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon,
Chafee votes yes.
just one moment. I apologize for a mistake. I just want to make sure everybody's muted. So we have Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky,
No.
Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston, Representative Harrison,
No.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Michelle's a yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day, no.
Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
No.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Representative Veach.
Veach votes no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, holding the votes open until 2 hours after the completion of our agenda. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, under Roman numeral 3, item 11, House Bill 6813, an act authorizing the establishment of a seabird and shorebird protection program. Straight JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Michelle, seconded by Senator Lopes. The bill establishes a seabird and shorebird protection program, authorizing DEEP to create a list of the birds to be protected. The bill also designated protection areas during the months of March to September on public land that is within the coastal management area. The bill prohibits entering the identified protection area unless the deep commissioner gives it okay. It doesn't allow for a pet or any other animal to come within 100 feet of the protected area out of the idea of protecting and letting the nesting birds have a little peace so we can get the populations to continue rising. The bill also creates a violation for such as an infraction. Right now, NCON officers, individuals, the municipal enforcement don't really have any teeth to prohibit anyone from getting close to the string fence. This would allow, this is just a next logical small step in trying to protect our shorebirds. Any questions or comments concerning the bill? Or Senator Harding?
Just based upon the fact that, thank you, Mr. Chair, just based upon the fact that there's going to be some violations and fines potentially involved here. One thing I don't want to see is an individual innocently walking their dog and not knowing that they just happen to be in this particular zone and get, fined for that. So maybe I'm overcomplicating this, but I mean, is what, if you can enlighten me, Mr. Chair, and maybe what I might be missing if I am.
Yes, you're overcomplicating this. Look, we want to give municipal officers, NCON officers, the ability. Most people see the string fence, see the signs that say nesting birds, please take, don't go this way during this time of year. But there are instances that were at least relayed to me by some of the stewards that worked in the Great Salt Marsh in my district of people just doing whatever they want and they could care less, to let their pets go off leash, causing, damage that potentially couldn't be reversed or took a whole season to get to this point. So we're just giving another tool in the toolbox, similar to the way that we approved the minor infraction for the black sea bass that we did a couple of years ago under the judiciary threshold for penalties. Look, we don't want to give any infractions out, but we just want to have the enforcement officers to have a little teeth with when they relay the information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, if I may, just so I understand, it is your understanding that these areas are cordoned off and extremely visible to the fact that they are not to be walked on. So that it's not one of these things where someone may not know. This is very visible, just through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, having several of these fortunately to have them in my district, they have signage and it's a string fence. So it isn't a fence that goes all the way to the sand, because you want to have the ability for the shorebirds, especially the young ones, to go in and out of the area, to go down to the water or not. But then the nesting area is what is going to be hopefully protected with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that understanding, I'll support the measure, and I thank the good chair for his explanation on this. I do want to make sure as this moves forward that we can just make sure the language is intentional. So that, obviously if a dog does get loose or if someone gets into the fencing, having a dog myself, I understand that sometimes they can get excited. You want to make sure that this is obviously someone intentionally allowing their dog to do this, not something where it's slipped through. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Harding. Any other comments or questions? Representative Dancho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the explanation for animals on our beaches. And as you know, in our district of Stratford, we also have recreational activities that occur on our beaches. And I would just like to know how this legislation may or may not impact those types of activities, such as the kiteboarding that occurs throughout the winter and early spring, maybe into the fall, when these birds might be nesting.
You mean the
Piping plovers.
the kite sailing?
Kite borders, yes.
Yes, kite borders. Well, that's another subject, but, so the question is, how would this,
Would this impact that recreational activity at all?
not unless they go onto the beach, itself in a, stringed off, area. From what I understand, they usually use the end of Long Beach to rally and then go out, and not go onto the stringed off area on Long Beach. So, as long as they acknowledge the sign and don't, have a problem not going where the nesting is, I don't have a problem with them enjoying the shore as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or Representative Dubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. Now, these areas, are they permanent or are they only put up during nesting season?
It's only during nesting season.
Okay. And in your initial remarks, you talked about getting near the string. We're not, that isn't a violation to get near the string. It's only a violation to go inside the string, right?
According to this, it would prohibit, a pet owner or, someone with an animal, coming within 100 feet of the identified protection area unless it was a service animal. So if a lot of times if, you just get up to the string, the nest could be right over the string. So we're trying to add that little bit of a buffer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For House Bill 6813, JF to the floor, an act concerning the establishment of seabird and shorebird protection program. Representative Lopes? Representative Gresco?
Yes.
Senator Hockenell?
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm?
Yes.
Senator Harding? Representative Callahan?
Yes.
Representative Anderson?
Yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Rosano? Representative Baumgartner?
Yes.
Representative Chafee? Representative Cooley?
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho?
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon? Representative Dubitsky?
Yes.
Representative Felipe? Representative Senator Gaston? Representative Harrison?
Yes.
Representative Horn?
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Representative McGee? Representative Michelle?
Rep. Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mushinski?
Mushinski, yes.
Representative O'Day?
O'Day, yes.
Representative Parker? Representative Piscopo?
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader?
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes? Representative
Reyes?
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan votes yes.
I believe somebody
may have
their
their
left volume on, and they just need to have that off.
Mute.
Representative Sanchez? Representative Smith? Representative Beach?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to our next item under Roman numeral 3. It's number 12, House Bill 6811, an act concerning revisions to the vessel registration aquatic invasive species fee, JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Representative Palm, seconded by Senator Lopes. This bill decouples the aquatic invasive species fee from the boat registration process and removes the two-tiered fee based on residency, as we have been informed that they conflict with federal law. The aquatic invasive species stamp would be $7 now and would be valid for the calendar year in which it is issued. Instead of purchasing an individual AIS stamp, a person who owns a vessel that must display a registration decal, whether it's issued in this or another state, may purchase that decal for the vessel. The JFS language is a couple of tweaks to the language from deep so that the bill, as with existing law, would apply to someone who intends to operate, but we're changing this to those who actually operate to make it more streamlined. Any comments or questions concerning the bill? Representative Callahan.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chair. This invasive species fee, aquatic invasive fee, with directly coming from the registration, brought in about $500,000 last I checked. And from out-of-staters having to purchase it, brought in far less. I think the number was about 10,000, 12,000. So on one hand, this makes it fair that the state has to go and purchase it, a resident. But now we're gonna have a huge depletion of that aquatic invasive species fund. So just making those comments, so those deep people out there listening to us are aware of this, and there's going to have to be some money to be made up. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. I anticipate a fiscal note on this as well. Any other comments or questions from any of the members? I don't see any. Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should just ask the Fed, since they're making us change it, we're gonna lose money. They should pony it up. That's just my opinion. I'm just putting it out there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cooley. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll for House Bill 6811.
House Bill 6811, LCO 6265, an act concerning the revisions of a vessel registration aquatic invasive species fee. Senator Lopes. Representative Gresco. Senator Hockenell.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding.
Yes.
Representative Callahan.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
Yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Arzeno. Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley.
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Thank you, Chafee. I'm so sorry, Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho's yes.
Representative D'Amico.
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon. Representative Dubitsky. Representative Felipe. Senator Gaston. Representative Harrison.
Yes.
Representative Horn.
Horn votes yes.
Representative McGee. Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky.
Shinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day.
O'Day, yes.
Representative Parker. Representative Piscopo.
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Renton Hughes. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan.
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez. Representative Smith. Representative Beach.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now up to item number 13, Senate Bill 1144, which is LCO 6256, I believe, JFS to the floor. It is a, sorry?
I move.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Is there a motion? Thank you,
I
Representative Gresco. Is there a second? Representative Ryan, thank you very much. Item has been moved and seconded. The bill gives DEEP authority to provide assurance to and accept funds from, cooperate with any federal state agency to construct, operate, maintain flood prevention, climate resilience, erosion control systems, and all related public purposes. As part of this construction, operation, or maintenance, it allows DEEP to acquire title to real property through purchase, gift, exchange, or condemnation. The JFS language removes it makes it's only the deep commissioner can do this, not any state commissioner. And it removes section 11. Are there any questions on this bill? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what the bill was trying to address, and I support that. I do become leery whenever I see this a state agency being granted further authority to acquire private landowner rights involuntarily. And my understanding is, unlike the previous bill that we had mentioned earlier regarding the waterways, in which it was a expansion in terms of funding to purchase voluntarily easements from private landowners. This is something that would generally expand the rights of a governmental agency on an involuntary basis. And I strongly believe in private landowner rights, as I think many of us do. And for that reason, I will have a very difficult time supporting this. In fact, I will be opposing it for that particular reason. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That is understandable. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Senator Harding, and as much as it pains me to vote no, I'm going to have to, because while I do believe the intent is a good one and that people should not continually build in floodplains, as we learned from Kelo versus New London quite painfully, sometimes the public good is not served by eminent domain. And while I don't suspect that to be in any way the intent here, it is a cautionary tale. Eminent domain is a very slippery slope, and I would much prefer to see these homeowners and landowners voluntarily relocating, understanding flood compliance, understanding the burden that they are putting on the rest of taxpayers and the government and FEMA, since most private flood insurance policies don't cover this. So again, great intent. I'm nervous by the execution, so I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Cooley, then Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also, as with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, have issues with the expansion of eminent domain to deep and commissioner. I think that's a bit too far. And I think that it's a power that should not be extended there, and I will be voting no based on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I'll also echo my colleagues and just have some concerns with the language in Part B, lines 9 to 16, and I'll be a no. Thank you.
That might help our cause on the other side of the aisle. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a point of clarification, not advocating one way or the other, but this would, from what I understand, make deep available to access some 300, maybe close to $400 million in federal funds that we can use for these climate resiliency programs. And if memory serves, a condemnation and or eminent domain has not been used by deep, well, in 50 plus years. So I don't think it's a tool that is used without serious consent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In a previous bill, we just essentially authorized the state to have money to buy conservation easements. And my questions were geared towards whether or not it was going to be voluntary, as were Senator Harding's questions. And thankfully, the answers were it was going to be voluntary and not compelled by eminent domain. Now we've got a bill that, although it's slightly geared towards a different end, basically the same thing. And this one seems to allow for, or even require, that DEEP would have that authority. I understand that we could get some money from the feds if we do this. But at some point you have to say, it's just not worth the money. And I think this is on the other side of that line. I think generally, at least where I am, people are pretty good stewards of the land. And to allow DEEP to come in and just start taking things by eminent domain because they think it would add to flood prevention, climate resiliency, and erosion control. That's a little too far across the line for me. Thank you.
I appreciate that long line of bills here that we have in this committee that are not necessarily partisan. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a qualifying question. Is the access to the Inflation Reduction Act funds contingent on the section regarding eminent domain powers for DEEP?
I have not a clue. We'll try to look that up later. Representative Cooley, he promises to be short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be short. I just want to remind, I know we've mentioned that there are federal monies if we go down certain roads. If I recall my Grimm's fairy tales and Aesop and the classic literature that has basically informed our youth on dangers, invariably it's the offer of some benefit, usually cookie, candy, whatnot, that gets those poor little children in those tales to go down the wrong lane and end up in a bad place where the witch's cabin is. And just because the feds give us some money, that doesn't mean that the end result is going to be necessarily good. And we should remember our Grimm's and Aesop before we go and grab the money without thinking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Representative Mushinski.
Yeah, I want to just mention, this is not like the Kelo case. The Kelo case was specifically an economic development case and condemning people in their neighborhood to do an economic development on behalf of a big taxpayer. And I strongly supported the public in that one, and not the developer and the municipality. But in this case, we're talking about protecting people from flooding, from erosion, protecting whole neighborhoods from flooding and erosion. And sometimes you have to put something in there to protect everyone for the good of that whole community. So I can see situations where the department would have to use this power in order to protect the whole neighborhood. For example, in my district, we had a street called Garden Road. It was built in the floodplain and incorrectly. And many times after that, the folks in the entire street had to be taken out in boats by the fire department. And this happened repeatedly. And finally, decision was made to take out the entire street and move everybody to a safer place. And that's what we did. And now it's acting like a floodplain again, and we don't have to go in and rescue people in the spring floods. So there are situations where I can see, in order to protect a whole community, you would have to do something like this. And I hope we don't. I guess you're assuming that DEEP would do it for malicious reasons. I'm assuming they would use it rarely to protect a community. So I am going to, on this one, vote yes. And I think it will be rarely used, but sometimes you need to use it.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For Senate Bill 1144 LCO 6256, an act concerning the state's property acquisition and condemnation authority for certain flood preventions, climate resilience, and erosion control systems. Senator Lopes? Representative Gresco?
Yes.
Senator Hockenell?
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm?
Yes.
Senator Harding?
No.
Representative Callahan?
No.
Representative Anderson?
No.
Senator Anwar? Representative Arzeno? Representative Baumgartner?
Yes.
Representative Chafee?
Yes.
Representative Cooley?
Representative Cooley, no.
Representative Dancho? Representative D'Amico?
Pass.
Representative Dillon?
Yes.
Representative Dubitsky?
No.
Representative Felipe? Senator Gaston? Representative Harrison?
No.
Representative Horn? Representative McGee? Oh, is that Representative Horn? I didn't see. Representative Horn, sorry.
Pass, I'll come back.
Oh, thank you. Representative McGee? Representative Michelle?
Pass.
Representative Mashinsky?
Yes.
Representative O'Day?
No.
Representative Parker? Representative Piscopo?
No.
Representative Rader?
Raider votes yes.
Representative Bennington Hughes?
Yes.
Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes in affirmative.
Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan's no.
Representative Sanchez? Representative Smith? Representative Veach?
No.
Yes, so to go to those who passed, Representative D'Amico?
Pass.
Representative Horn?
Or no.
Thank you. And then Representative Michelle, you're saying?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on. Senate Bill 1148, Agenda Item 14, LCO 6262. An act authorizing something with bears. Where there is some JFS language, the JFS to the floor. This may be consentable when pigs and cows stop making methane. So JFS language deletes the bear hunting provisions in section 2, the lottery. It also deletes the provision in section 2 about clarifying the duty to retreat order for bear killing and self-defense to be justified. It leaves so more latitude on self-defense, and essentially farmers who have their fields destroyed, coops destroyed, their animals killed by problematic bears can, instead of calling DEP and waiting however long it takes to get DEP down there, for in most cases for DEP officers to kill the bear, the farmers can act, property owners can ask for a special permit from DEP, show that they have taken every non-lethal effort that we know of, and should that be proven to DEP, they can be given a permit to eliminate the bear themselves. But in a nutshell, that is, I think, the extent of the bill. I'm hoping for no questions, but I assume there's going to be a couple. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to start out by saying that the original bill is, as the chair knows, and as this committee knows, did have a regulated hunting season in the bill. That is obviously taken out. As you did I do something wrong?
I'm sorry, I didn't notice a motion. I didn't note a motion, and I wanted to make sure that this was.
We didn't do a motion. Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second, Representative Reyes, moved by Senator Harding. Thank you. And Now please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and
My fault.
thank you to the clerk for reminding us of the procedure, which is very important, obviously. So as I mentioned, bear hunting, a regulated season, was placed in the bill. That is now since being taken out based upon the JFS language. I wanted to put on the record, before we have a vote on this, the fact that I'm, surprised to see that, as a lot of the testimony that we received, particularly from DEEP, indicated that a regulated hunting season would be extremely effective in addressing the bear population. Further, it would also help address some of the habituation issues we've seen as it relates to this dangerous, continuous human bear interaction that we're seeing grow exponentially in our state, particularly in the northwest corner of our state, which myself and other individuals in this committee are fortunate enough to represent. This has been a growing issue in that part of our state. It is a public safety issue. It is an issue as it relates to farmers and other landowners in terms of their crops, their livestock, their pets. And we need to do something. And frankly, as I mentioned, it is a public safety issue. We have seen what has occurred in recent months, particularly in the northwest corner of our state, with dangerous human bear interactions. And this bill is a step, in my opinion, to addressing that issue. I would have liked to have seen the original bill as the public hearing, or the bill that was drafted for the public hearing, which included a regulated hunting season. Because again, the testimony that I heard from the experts, from the scientists in DEEP, indicated that a regulated hunting season would absolutely help address this issue. Why it has been taken out, that's not up to me to discuss. I'd like to see it in, but nevertheless, this is what we have here before us today. I will support this coming out of committee, because again, as I mentioned, something has to be done. And I do believe the measures that you discussed, Mr. Chair, in relation to making the statutes less ambiguous and more clear related to self-defense, which unfortunately is a growing issue with public safety for individuals across the state and in the northwest corner, as well as some protections which my predecessor, Senator Minor, tried to advance as it relates to assisting property owners that have bears that are destroying their crops and killing their livestock. So I'm happy to see those provisions in there, as well as other provisions which help address the bear management in the state of Connecticut. So I will support this bill, despite the fact that some aspects were taken out that I would have liked to have seen remain in, based upon the testimony we received, and also based upon the public safety hazard that is currently being presented here in the state of Connecticut, particularly in the northwest corner of our state. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Renton Hughes.
I just want to understand, I'm a freshman, so I'm just trying to get the gist of what went on with this bill, because we're rejecting the recommendations of our governor. We are rejecting the testimony of our paid officials from DEEP. And we're allowing the residents of Connecticut now to legally defend themselves against the bears, because we will not. The bear biologist, Jason Hawley, who I've been corresponding with a lot, had said that the real study that they should have relied upon was the Rathel study, because that was the only one where there was a place that didn't have a bear hunt, that you implemented a bear hunt, where they found that there was statistically significant decreases in the human bear conflicts when the bear harvest was implemented. And then they found a significant increase in human bear conflicts when the bear harvest was removed. And contrary to belief, they found that bears involved in past conflicts with humans were statistically more likely to be harvested than bears that were not involved in past conflicts. So I just wanted to, let you know that research actually does show that, because sitting through the hearings, that was not what many people were told. Certainly, I understand that this is an attempt to try to resolve something that I think we all know is a problem. It's not something that's a figment of our imagination. So I certainly thank you for trying to be helpful. I just hope that what we are trying to implement is going to be enough. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. And in one capacity, there's my 21st session and I still don't understand how we come to certain conclusions that we do. But I would say that if we agreed with the governor and the commissioners all the time, there wouldn't be any reason for us. So once in a while, but also you're doing a great job as a freshman, so keep it up. Any other, this guy is a freshman, I'm not quite so sure, but Representative Cooley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I take that as a high compliment. I will be supporting this bill. Though unfortunately, I firmly believe that we will be dealing with this matter again before this committee. Black bears are omnivores. They're opportunistic eaters, and in the case of our area, they are the alpha predator. I agree with the provisions that are in here, but I don't think they go far enough because it doesn't bring back humans, Homo sapiens as the alpha predator to the black bears. They do not have any fear of us. And until that comes back, we are eventually prey, especially our young ones. They will eat anything. I've seen them hunt down goose. So I hope this will be enough. But my logical side says we will be dealing with this again. Hopefully not shortly, but we will be dealing with this again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Anderson, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is the beginning of finding a balance between the human and bear population. It should have included hunting, but I will support the bill as acknowledgement that we have a growing issue. I bet no one else can say they met a bear last fall when they were door knocking. I and an unnamed Senate candidate were coming up one side of the driveway and the bear went down the other. I enjoyed seeing it. But they're beautiful, majestic animal. But last year I had a neighbor who had a bear outside her door every day for a week. And so that certainly interfered with her daily lifestyle. Along with several other legislators, I attended a forum in Torrington last December, hosted by the Yukon 4-H Extension, and had deep representatives, one veterinarian, and some others. I learned that we drove the bears out of the state in the 1800s. I think a lot of land was deforested for farming. After that, the first bear was seen back in the state in 1989. The first recorded home invasion was 1992. In this forum, Deep said they don't have the staff to respond to bear issues other than home entries or human encounters. One Deep officer related that he has to cover 42 towns. They also said that aversive therapy like noise, bear spray, beanbag guns have a limited lasting effect. And if bear enters the home, they're euthanized. Relocation doesn't work. The bear, you're just moving a bear that behaves badly to another area. That the bear might be diseased. Last year, we had 2 recorded attacks. One, a woman in Torrington who required stitches. And then we had a predatory attack in Morris on a 10-year-old boy. The bear treated the boy as potential food. At that forum, the mother and grandmother of the boy were present. They said their family was subject to personal attacks on social media and in other ways that people wanted to blame the 10-year-old boy for the attack. The Deep individuals present said it was not the kid's fault. If others were not present, that boy would have been killed. The current bear situation is not sustainable. 67 homes were entered last year. That is too many. Maine has 27,000 bears and only 4 homes were entered. So we need to control the population through limited hunting. Bears need to gain a natural fear of humans. We do need to sacrifice a few bears to save the species. And that's what the bear biologists that Representative Reddington Hughes said. When I go on a local walk, I frequently bring a camera and carry bear spray. I recently captured a video of a bear on a game camera, which was put out just to capture game, not for hunting, capture game on camera. Is probably, I make too much noise or smell bad. So now I leave the camera out there and I'm really enjoying seeing the local wildlife. Some oppose hunting, should I say, because they see bears as cute and cuddly. But they are a wild animal and they're potentially frequently bigger than us. Some oppose all hunting. They may be vegetarian and vegan, and I respect that. Right now, we've been here 4 hours and I missed lunch and I do not like bear meat, but I would gladly eat a bear sandwich. But another thing that was said of the bear, you can love one bear too much to the detriment of all bears. They are wild animals. They need to be kept in check. We need to get this policy right for the sake of bears and humans. They're wild creatures and their population is growing rapidly. So the estimates I've heard from DEEP are 1,000 to 1,200 bears. Obviously, the population is growing. And I've heard growth, even the lowest end growth rates are 5 to 7%. So that means in 10 years, there'll be 1,600 to 2,400 bears. Their range is constantly expanding. In answer to a question at the public hearing, I was told by the person who manages wildlife, the carrying capacity is 3,000. That surprised me. But then I realized that's for the whole state, which they've not very prevalent on the east side of the Connecticut River. I suspect that we're near saturation, and that word was used at the forum in Torrington in Northwest Connecticut. And I don't say the corner, Northwest corner, I'm saying the Northwest quadrant. The biggest amount of bear sightings are Farmington Valley. I hear the phrase that we're in the bears territory. Well, there were no bears in 1980. If you go back far enough, you could say we're in the mastodon territory, but I know they're extinct. A Yukon study in 2017 found that the bears actually prefer the suburbs because it's a mixture of woods and plenty of human food sources. Bears are moving into folks' yards and under their decks. We had one, the news reported spent the winter in a tree in West Hartford. That's pretty suburban town. We had multiple reports of bears living under people's decks, one in Avon. So it's more correct to say the bears have invaded our territory. Whether you believe in evolution or intelligent design or some of each, we are the apex predator. We are the rightful steward of nature, including all wildlife. And we have the responsibility for managing the bear population, not just letting it get out of control. So the principle that should govern us is safety first, of humans first, and then the bears. This law we're proposing today is an improvement over the status quo. It makes it easier to get a permit to take wildlife that damage crops, livestock, and apiaries. It clarifies, which is very foggy in current law, when deadly force can be used against a bear to protect a person or a pet when a bear enters an occupied building. It also implements a provision against deliberately feeding bears and other dangerous animals. I know 3 out of 4 towns in my district have ordinances that they're finding are difficult to enforce. And the 4th town is considering an ordinance. They would welcome DEEP backup to enforce intentional feeding. The saying is a fed bear is a dead bear. A limited bear season will control the population. And as has been said, studies, it shows that bear hunting makes bears more averse to humans. So I support this bill. I hope next year we'll consider a limited bear season. I pray it will not take another serious attack on a human for the legislator to pass a limited bear season. To not do so would be negligent on our part. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the members of my caucus who have done so much work researching this, listening to constituents, and I'm sure my friends on the other side of the aisle have done the same. But we're at a point here where we had a public hearing. We listened to the experts come in, as Representative Anderson said, and we're now at a point where we make an emotional decision or a factual decision. And it appears we've leaned towards the emotional, where we've got, I do appreciate the bill as it stands being brought forward, but it should have other elements, including a bear hunt included, based on the facts we heard. while you're out knocking doors and you saw the bear in the driveway, I bet some people in this room would rather see a bear at their door than a politician. But it would behoove us in the years to come to continue to peck away at this and listen to the experts and the bear biologists and do what they say versus following our emotions. So I appreciate all the time that everyone at this table has put in, and I'm certainly going to support this bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have encountered black bears in the wild, actually several times on hikes. Actually the first time was really interesting. It was a mama bear with her cub. So immediately we fused as one with the trees and observed the mother leave her cub in our sight and then leave and then come back with 2 more cubs. And she went out of sight. So she clearly had a trust of our presence there, that we had no harmful intention. And the 2 other times I even saw a female black bear actually have an argument with a male bear that might have been interested in one of her cubs. And they didn't even touch each other. They just stood up and growled, and then she ran after him, and then he took off in the woods. This was right in front of us. We were like, of no interest. And this is deep in the forest. I'm a hiker, I've been a hiker since I'm a kid. I hiked in the Alps, the Pyrenees, many places, and the beautiful Connecticut. I'm glad that that section was taken off. There's no reason. And I think that during the public hearing, I had in front of me 7 peer-reviewed studies that indicated that hunting does not fix human bear conflicts. As much as I heard something earlier from one of our colleagues, I believe that is logical. And if we look at the numbers that everybody's always pulling up on the number of bears in the state of Connecticut, well, why don't we get a study? I know everybody hates studies and task forces, but maybe this one is necessary for our state. Have a proper study before everybody's talking about numbers done by actual pros, specialists, scientists. I mean, we have one supposed bear specialist at Deep who saw 2 cubs and said they were actual precise numbers, 32 or 36 pounds, one or the other. And then after he captured them, said that they were actually, holy moly, they were 10 or 11 pounds and 12 or 13 pounds, the other cub. I don't know how much of a specialty it is for them. And when they don't have a clear protocol as to how to handle cubs. Human bear conflicts happen not because bears are coming after humans. Those conflicts happen because bears are looking for food. And if you're not careful, or your neighbor or another distant neighbor doesn't pay attention, and there's food in the back of their home, in the backyard in Litchfield County or other places, then yeah, maybe a black bear will come in and be interested with that food, not coming for humans. Sounds like a lot of fear mongering and a lot of what we hear. The language that's in front of us right now, JFS language on nuisance wildlife. If you compare section 1, little a and little e, this will tell you what E is doing by superseding A. And we're not going to read through it. Don't need to do that. We'll all do our work on our sides. And I think that doesn't make sense. It's just opening up a loophole. In the feeding language, banning feeding life, I've heard many times about issues with feral cats. All across the state, in all of our communities, we have people who in the winter, help some feral cats, or will feed a neighbor's dog, whatever. but I don't understand why the whole species of Felidae and Canidae are in the bill. Doesn't make any sense neither. I'm going to try and cut short because I just want you guys to bear with me. What if, yeah, it's French humor, nobody gets it. Qu'est-ce que je dis? And you're lucky because I'm not talking in French. I might do that on the floor if this bill comes to the floor. How does DEEP figure out it? And well, in the language, I'm going to go back to language. I think lines 152 to 157. What if it's unintentional several times? The second time should be considered or treated as if it was intentional. If we're serious about fixing those bear-human conflicts, then we got to be more effective in eliminating the attractant. There's language out there that would offer a lot more than this bill to the people of Litchfield County and to the farmers. And we're not really seeing that language today. And I just hope, and it was agreed that we'd be looking at it moving forward. So I'll be a no on this bill today. Maybe before I go, again, I want to say we should follow the science. Emotional reactions are what brings us to bring hunting language when we're trying to fix human bear conflicts. That's emotions. Following science and peer-reviewed studies is what we should be doing. So I'll be a no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. No speak. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably should have asked this much earlier. For clarification, I'm assuming this is LCO 6262 that is in front of us now, just to
I
make
announced
sure.
the LCO when I brought the bill out.
Well, I apologize for not hearing that properly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I certainly appreciate the diligent efforts of the chairs and the ranking members in trying to craft a compromise to a really difficult issue. And this has been a tough issue for several years for many of us. It's particularly difficult for me because I happen to represent one of the towns that has had an increasing number of bear sightings over the last several years. So this certainly comes close to home, hits close to home for me. I am appreciative of the fact that the original language, which included the lottery for the bear hunt, has been removed. I appreciate the chairs doing that. I'm also appreciative of another section of the bill that remains, which is the section that calls for no intentional feeding of bears and all the attendant language with regards to that issue. And I think that that's as it should be. Feeding is the problem, as my good colleague from Stanford just mentioned. The objective here, in my view, is not to reduce the bear population, in spite of some well-intentioned testimony from the public, as well as some well-intentioned ideas from my colleagues. I don't believe that the objective should be to reduce the bear population. The objective should be, and has always been, in my view, to reduce the interactions between the humans and the bears. That's what we should be aiming to do. And I would offer, as several other people have done, as several experts have done, as much testimony has done, I would offer that food is the problem. And food is what leads to the interactions between humans and bears. So I'm glad that that part of the bill remains. I am questioning, even at this moment, I am questioning the need for this bill in some regards. We are amending Connecticut General Statutes section 2647, as you can see in front of you. We are amending it. Well, 26-47 already allows the commissioner of DEEP to issue permits for damage to agricultural crops that are done by wildlife. And further, section 26-3, if memory serves me correctly, also gives the Commissioner of Deep the ability to take whatever means are necessary to protect public health and safety. So those people who are concerned about crops and livestock and humans being damaged and you know put at risk by bears, the solutions are already in the statutes, 26-47 and 26-3. However, this is the bill that is in front of us. I understand that. I see some problems with the language beginning in section 1, subsection E. I believe it's line 91. And the problems that I see, line 91 through line 111, subsection E, I don't see, and perhaps I missed it somewhere, Mr. Chair. I don't see how the permit that may be issued by the commissioner puts any really meaningful restrictions on what a person can do once they have possession of that permit. And if I miss that, then I'm happy to be corrected. I can envision a situation where this would lead to, I hate to use the term, a bear hunt. Someone goes through the procedure, demonstrates that their crops have been damaged, demonstrates that their livestock potentially has been damaged or killed. They satisfy the Deep Commissioner that all non-lethal means have been exhausted, that the fencing didn't work and all the other methods that they're supposed to try didn't work. So this person gets a permit, and now what does the person do? Does the person now shoot the next bear that comes on his or her property? Does the person now shoot the next bear that comes near his or her property? Does the person now shoot whatever bear it happens to come into contact with, whether that bear is causing any damage at that moment or not? I don't see any restrictions there, and I would be happy to be corrected. What I am happy about, as I see some restrictions starting on line 129, lines 129 through 135, which is section 2, subsection C, that puts real restrictions, saying that if great bodily harm is being inflicted on someone, or that there's a potential, or it's about great bodily harm is about to be inflicted on someone, or someone is about to be injured or killed, or a bear enters a building occupied by persons, then the justification is then they are justified in taking that bear, which is great. I think that's good for public safety. I have no qualms with that. I wish that same restrictive language was included in lines 91 through 111, referencing the permit that is issued to the farmer. I don't see that restrictive language, and to me, that's a problem. I would be happy to be corrected. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I disagree with your take on statute. Any further questions? Representative Palm? Are you done, sir? Okay, Representative Palm?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And no, Representative Harding, this is not a prop. I'm just freezing. I wanted to say thank you to all of our colleagues in leadership on this committee for working really hard and compromising on this. And I look forward to the day when we could do a bill that addresses what I consider the root cause, which is the encroachment of human activity in the habitat of bears. We're starting midway. Let's keep them out of our backyards. How about let's keep out of their backyards at some point? But that's another bill for another day. So I'm a yes on this, and I appreciate all of the colleagues who worked hard on this. Thank you.
Any further questions, Representative Horn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will first just join the Vice Chair's comments about, I am deeply grateful for the really hard work that the joint bipartisan leadership of this committee engaged in trying to wrestle with what is a very serious issue for my district, and as others have mentioned, other parts of the state. I want to push back a little bit on, I know there are people on both sides of this talking about how we're making emotional decisions. A lot of what we do is emotional. That's not necessarily bad, but we have to acknowledge pretty serious science on both sides of this issue. I myself have dived into this because I have constituents who, and it is not really partisan in my district, I will tell you, who are deeply committed, who don't want to kill animals and who don't believe in hunting and who don't think that we should do everything we absolutely can before we, take action to kill these beautiful, majestic creatures. I also have other constituents who think, point to the fact that every other, state in New England that has a substantial bear population has it as a hunt. And as a note to that, those hunts are really not aimed at reducing the bear population. They are aimed at trying to reduce hostile interactions between people and bears. So there is lots of science. You can spend a lot of time reading the science on both sides of this, and I'm not sure you will get to a resolution on that. I myself, we would be here all day long if I told you all my encounters with bears. I see them probably weekly when they're not hibernating. They are out and about in my area. I have seen mothers with cubs. I have seen them in trees. I have seen them on walks, knocking on doors. I see them everywhere. My own interactions with them, I will tell you, I carry a whistle when I run or hike in the woods. I've gone hiking with colleagues who've been alarmed when they see a bear. I am not alarmed. I'm used to dealing with them. On the other hand, I hear from constituents every day, older constituents who live alone in the woods and who are afraid of opening their windows all summer long because bears have been breaking into houses next door. It is a serious issue, and that bear doesn't have to be aggressive or think of you as food to present a lethal challenge to you. All it has to do is decide, is it's my turn. It doesn't have to be an aggressive creature. I also talk to farmers in my district, and for those who are worried about the provisions in this, which provide a better pathway to farmers to deal with nuisance animals, I invite you please to speak to the farmers who are affected by this. They are not interested in sport hunting. What they want to do is save their farms and their livelihoods. These are small farms. A bear can devastate acres of crops, blueberries, Christmas tree farms very quickly. I have had several young people in my district take a tremendous amount of drone footage at my request to try to demonstrate to people the extent to which a bear can cause significant economic damage. So for me, that part of the bill is extremely important, that we provide a better pathway to farmers, not all of whom are hunters, by the way, or have any interest in killing a bear themselves, which is why they want to engage someone who can actually kill a bear as opposed to semi-kill the bear and torture it while it runs off into the woods and dies a painful and messy death. So that's very important to me. Obviously, a ban on intentional feeding is really important because we have, and many towns in my district have started to pass ordinances to ban that, because some people actually are intentionally feeding bears, as crazy as that seems. And that endangers the entire neighborhood because these bears become accustomed to it. And when they do, and I will tell you that another part of my meeting up with bears, I have blasted an air horn at a bear and had that bear look at me like, no, I'm cool. I got this. The habituated bears are very hard to retrain once they get used to that food source. So getting rid of that, people who don't maintain their garbage correctly, who put out bird feeders at the wrong time of the year, leave bird seed uneffected, that's really important. But I also want to note that farms are food. I don't put bird feeders out. I'm careful about that, but I have fruit trees. Bears come and eat my fruit trees. They're not going to stop eating that. That's part of the deal. I'm willing to lose them. They take a big branch off my tree every now and again. It's life. Live with it. But I am not going to be able to take that food entirely off my property. And most people who live in my district have similar issues. So I think this is a substantial step forward to trying to address what is a serious issue for many people in my district. Again, I express my gratitude for those who really wrestled with this. And my final note is that we've had these conversations for many years, and they've been painful and quite emotional. And also, I've been on the receiving end of some emails for having supported another bill in the past that allowed that allowed farmers to have a better means to protecting their livestock and crops. And I want to say that this time around, the debate has felt different. And I want to thank not just the leadership of the committee, but also the advocates this time. I feel like the debate has been more reasoned because people are acknowledging that this is a serious issue. So I'll stop it there. I am a yes, and I'm deeply grateful for all the work that's gone into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
For House,
Mr. Chair, if I may, for a second time.
Mr. Chair, if I may, perhaps I didn't ask my question as clearly as I might have previously, so I will try to phrase it in a way that perhaps elicits an answer. I would like the chair to demonstrate or to point out to me where in lines 91 through 111, the holder of a permit from the Commissioner of Deep to take bears has any restrictions on which bears and which bears that he or she would be allowed to take.
Line 104 clearly gives the commissioner discretion on how to set up and give the permit with restrictions.
But there is no specificity to any of this, Mr. Chair.
Not in this language.
Perhaps we should consider making the language more specific as we did in lines 129 through 135, where we made it quite clear that if there is an imminent threat, then the taking of the bear will be allowed. Perhaps that imminent threat language should be in lines 91 through 111 with regards to the permits.
I disagree. Any further questions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For Senate Bill 1148, LCO 6262, an act concerning the killing of hunting black bear and prohibiting bird feeders and other intentional feeding of potentially dangerous animals. Senator Lopes?
Yes.
Representative Gresco?
Yes.
Senator Hockenell?
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm?
Yes.
Senator Harding?
Yes.
Representative Callahan?
Yes.
Representative Anderson?
Yes.
Senator Anwar? Representative Arezno? Sendo?
Representative no.
Representative Baumgardner?
No.
Representative Chafee? Representative Cooley?
Chafee votes no.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley?
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dancho?
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico?
Pass.
Representative Dillon? Representative Dubitsky? Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Representative Felipe?
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Gaston? Representative Harrison?
Yes.
Representative Horn?
Horn votes yes.
Representative McGee? Representative Michelle?
Michelle votes no.
Representative Mashinsky?
Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative
Day
O'Day?
votes yes.
Representative Parker? Representative Piscopo?
Yes.
Representative Rader?
Representative Rader votes no.
Representative Reddington Hughes?
Yes.
Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes in the negative.
Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez? Representative Smith? Representative Beach?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Entertain a motion for item 15, Senate Bill 1149, LCO 6263. Moved by Callahan, seconded by Senator Harding. An act eliminating all restrictions on hunting on private and public and private property. Wow, it's been a long day. Well, that's the title. JFS language replaces the underlying bill that restricts Sunday hunting to private land. So that's your change there. Any discussion? Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the leadership for putting this bill up. I think it's something that I know the sportsmen and women across the state have been asking for a number of years. To my understanding, and I think from the testimony that we received, this is the only remaining blue law we have in the state of Connecticut. And so for many individuals as well, this is the only day in which they are able to enjoy the sport that they've chosen as their hobby. The people that I've spoken with, the sportsmen and women, come from many walks of life, come from all income levels. Really generally are fantastic individuals that have chosen this to be their hobby. And many of which I've spoken with because of their schedules, their work, everything else going on in their lives, like all of us. Sunday is the only day they're able to do this. In talking with many of the individuals that do hunt in the state, this really only boils down to about 6 days or so in the season. And just simply providing 6 days to a group of individuals that have been asking for many years, as I mentioned. It is the only remaining blue law, unless I'm told otherwise, in the state of Connecticut. We've moved on from all the other blue laws. I think it's time that we move on from this one as well. I thank the leadership for bringing this to a vote. I would have liked to have seen, similar to the bill that we discussed previously, all lands, just a provision that would lift the Sunday hunting restrictions altogether. But nevertheless, this is what is before us, and this is a step in the right direction, in my opinion. So I will be supporting it today. I'd be asking my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Callahan.
Thank you to Senator Harding for his comments. And I'd reiterate, it's a handful of days, but some people only have this handful of days to hunt, to stock their freezers. And that's, some people look at it like this is my days to fill my freezer with organic meat. And as we saw from testimony during the public hearing, there is our friends in the minority community are coming into the sport more and more frequently and use it as a food source. So I would hope that we have a compromise here and we can move this bill forward and remove this kind of antiquated blue law that we have here in Connecticut, restricting Sunday hunt us away from Sunday hunting. So I hope we can get our colleagues' support on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions? Representative Mushinsky, I'm from New Britain. Why can't I pronounce your name? Mushinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If you look at the JFS carefully, we're taking out the bow and arrow hunting on Sunday. We are allowing rifle hunting on Sunday. The rifle shot travels farther than the arrow. And so in the JFS language, the current 40 yards of protection for hikers who are following a blaze trail on private property, and some of the trails are that way in Connecticut, they will get 120 feet of protection, which works for a bow and arrow, but not for a rifle that can shoot a lot farther. So we still have the bow and arrow width of protection, but we have a much more powerful weapon. So I feel that it's a disservice to the people in my district who are hikers, because they are not going to be safe on a Sunday while the shooting is going on with this narrow protection border. So unless we're going to move that to a much wider buffer, I would plan to vote no to protect the hikers, who are actually a bigger group of constituents than the hunters. And so each of them will have their own day. The hunters will be out there Saturday, the hikers will be out there on Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on my good colleagues' remarks, I appreciate the sentiments that were expressed at the public hearing and have been expressed over the years about the desire for hunters to be able to hunt on Sundays as the only day of the week that many people are able to do that. I understand that and I appreciate it. I would also like to point out, I'm not sure that it needs to be pointed out, but I'll say it anyhow. Sunday is also the only day of the week that many families can go out and enjoy an unencumbered walk in the woods, enjoy many of the scenic pleasures that abound here in Connecticut. So just as Sunday may be the only day of the week for hunters to do what they like to do, in many cases, Sunday is the only day of the week because of work schedules and so forth. Sunday is the only day of the week that many families and children can do what they like to do. And this bill, as presently constituted, just sets up an inevitable conflict there, in my view, for some of the reasons that my good colleague from Wallingford just pointed out. And because of that potential conflict, I would have to come down in opposition to this bill. I know we're not supposed to mix politics and religion, separation of church and state and all that, but I will point out to my colleagues that in the Bible, God rested on the seventh day. And I think that the members of the public here in Connecticut ought to be able to rest and not have to worry about gunshots on the seventh day. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Representative Dubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just need to reiterate, this is private land only. So there's no families, there's no children, there's no hikers on my private land. There's just the farm, there's just woods, there's no families out there. So there's no conflict on private land. You're also talking about the Bible and resting on the seventh day. Well, a lot of people's seventh day is Saturday. So they can't hunt on Saturday. And under our current blue laws, they can't hunt on Sunday either. So, if you're gonna bring in the Bible, you got to bring in the whole enchilada. So this bill has already been pared down to avoid the very conflicts that you're both talking about. And that is public lands. If you want to have that discussion, put it back in the bill. But right now, we're only talking about private land, somebody's private property that they know who's wandering around and who's not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I will say that we've made it through a long day of some pretty contentious bills, pretty amicably. And everyone, I don't want to see some people thumping Bibles and hollering and giving preaching and sermons. We're getting to the end. I think if we could, let's wrap this up, get the vote out and get out of here. It's Friday. But Representative Musinski, only based on your seniority, please go ahead.
Thank you. I am a hiker. I do go on trails that cross private property and lead tours on these trails that are blazed that cross private property. They do exist in Connecticut. The Appalachian Trail is one of them. Some of the other blue trails cross private property. And if we were only talking about somebody's personal land and they were hunting on their own land, that'd be one thing, but we're talking about the public crossing a trail on private property and is at risk. People will not actually go on hikes if it's a hunting day. They refuse to go on the hike. They're afraid. So I am speaking for those people too. And unless we can fix this, I would urge a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, comments, or anything, as we said, we got a pretty bipartisan committee this year and a lot of bipartisan bills. Some are contentious. I understand. I appreciate everyone's help on all this. I promised there'd be a vote on this bill, and there is. Kept to my word. I am going to vote no on this bill, but I didn't push anyone in any particular direction. So at that comment, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
For Senate Bill 1149 LCO 6263, an act eliminating all restrictions for Sunday hunting on public and private property.
No.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockenell, Representative Palm.
No.
Votes no.
I'm sorry, do you see just trying to make sure if I see Senator Hockadell, I just want to make sure if she might have an unmute problem. I do see you now.
Thank you. I vote no.
Thank you, Senator Hockadell. Senator Harding,
Yes.
Representative Callahan,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Arzeno,
Representative no.
Representative Baumgartner,
No.
Representative Chafee,
No.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon,
No.
Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Representative Felipe, Senator Gaston, Representative Harrison,
Yes.
Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
No.
Representative Mushinski,
No.
Representative O'Day,
Yes.
Representative Parker, Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes no.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the negative.
Representative Ryan, Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Representative Beach,
Yes.
All right, thank you, everybody. Votes will be held open until 4:30. Barring any last minute things, we will recess the meeting.
Thank you all, and members, if you so choose, if you want to come up to the Environment Committee just to talk. Please feel welcome. Thank you.
vote shortly. Please wait. When I take in the votes in the room, I'll be online momentarily.
Hi.
You're on mute, Gaia.
If you had the opportunity to do the same, you would understand
Admit-
why.
I'm so sorry. Let me just mute a few people in the background who I can hear their. Okay. So Representative Radar, I believe I have you for everything, but I'll make double check.
I thought I missed one though. I'm pretty sure I did miss one. I'm jumping between environment and education, so I feel like I came back and you'd passed by my name already.
So glad you said it. I did. So, act concerning minor revisions to state's authority to regulate certain nuclear materials. That's 6810. It's number 7 on the agenda.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me just write it down.
While I'm here, if anybody else, I have Senator Anwar, Representative Dillon. I need a vote on as well, and see if we have a few other people on here.
Okay, Rep. Rader votes yes.
Thank you, Rep. Radar.
And that was the
Yes,
only
sir.
one for me? Apologize.
No, please don't. That is the only one for you, Representative Radar. Have a great
Okay.
week.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Representative Dillon.
I'm sorry, I don't know how many I missed because I was in a workshop and a decision meeting in Approps, as you know, and so I was.
Of course. Let me get on to
I
it.
was-
Do you
I
have
tried.
Exactly. House Bill 6486. Do you have the agenda in front of you, Representative Dillon? House Bill.
No, I don't, ma'am.
Okay, so it's an act concerning extended producer responsibility for tires. How do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. And then let me see what else I have. So I have, and Representative Sanchez, I see you're off, so let me just make sure. And Representative Sanchez, can I have your vote on that as well?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. I don't know if I have anybody else able to vote who's here, who needs to vote. So let me see what else I have. So Representative Dillon and Representative Sanchez for Senate Bill 1146. How do you vote? That's on an act concerning revisions to various programs of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. And Representative Dillon, I believe you just said yes to me? Your
Yes,
vote was
ma'am.
Okay, and these are for your votes as well. House Bill 6810, an act concerning minor revisions to the state's authority to regulate certain nuclear materials. How do you vote, Representative Dillon?
I vote yes.
How do you vote, Representative Sanchez?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. And then on this one for both as well, it's House Bill 6809, an act concerning financial incentives for certain streamlined buffers. Representative Dillon?
I vote yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. And then for this one for Senate Bill 1069, an act concerning revisions to certain domestic animal related statutes. Representative Dillon?
I vote yes. Yes.
And then Representative Sanchez?
Sanchez votes yes.
And then let me see, I think I have you, oh, I don't have you for that one. So let me see this one as well. It would be House Bill 6725, an act revising certain farming and aquaculture programs of the Department of Agriculture. Representative
Yes.
Dillon, thank you. And Representative Sanchez?
Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. And then an act authorizing, this would be, I'm sorry, House Bill 6813, an act authorizing the establishment of seabird and songbirds for the protection program. Representative Dillon?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's okay. For House Bill 6813, an act authorizing the establishment of seabird and songbird protection program.
Yes.
Thank you. And then for, for Representative Sanchez as well.
Yep.
For the
Rep
seabird.
Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Sanchez. And then for House Bill 6810, that would be an act concerning the revision of vessel registration and aquatic invasive species fee. Representative Dillon,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Rep Sanchez votes yes.
thank you. And then on this last, let me see for Representative Dillon if I have anything more. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, so this is just for you, Representative Sanchez. It's Senate Bill 1144. It's an act concerning the state's property acquisition and condemnation authority for certain flood prevention, climate resistance, and erosion control systems.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. And Representative Dillon, I have your vote for that. And then for Senate Bill 1148, not concerning the certain killing and hunting of black bear, prohibiting bird feeders and other unintentional feeding potentially dangerous animals. Representative Dillon,
No.
and then Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes no.
And then for an act eliminating all restrictions on Sunday hunting in public and private property, it's Senate Bill 1149.
No.
And then for, thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Sanchez, actually,
Yes, I have a question. Was there an amendment to that?
there was not.
No, okay, Representative Sanchez votes no.
Thank you, Representative. I think I have all your votes. You're all set. Have a good weekend.
I believe I'm still short on one. I'm not sure if I voted for Senate Bill 1147, and that concerning the environmental justice program for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Did I vote? I did, right?
I'm going through them all, and I have a check mark for you on everything.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Have a great weekend, everyone.
You too.
Thank
Take
you
care.
very much.
Take care. Bye. Okay. So for Senate Bill 1145, Representative Dubitsky, how do you vote? Then for 1147, so that was a no for 1145 and a for 1147. No. For 6486.
Did you put me down as a no?
Wait, which one was it? Which one did we just do?
7?
147. Lion here. They were on here on Zoom. Okay, so which was the next one that we're on here? We're on 6. So let me just repeat that again, Representative Dubitsky. So for Senate Bill 1147, I have you as a no.
Right.
Okay. And then for 6486, how do you vote?
6 on you, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then for 1146. Yes. That one. Or 6809, and that concerning financial incentives for certain streamlined buffers. That would be number 8 on the agenda.
Hello.
Senator, I'm just taking some votes from a representative here in the conference room with me, and I will be right there with you. Thank you for everything else. Thank you, Representative. Thank you. Senator Anwar? Hello, Senator Gaston, I see you there.
Hi.
Hi. So I just had to move so I could hear. We couldn't hear in the conference room, so it's helpful to be up here. And thank you for your patience. Can take the online votes right away. So
Yeah, I had to step away, so I missed quite a few, I'm sure.
I can get to them very quickly. So for do you have the agenda in front of you?
I actually don't.
Okay, so it's so I have Senate Bill 1147. That's an act concerning environmental justice program of the Department of Energy Environment Protection. It's a little hard for me. You're gonna take votes because we're on Zoom. We're on YouTube Live right now. So Senator Gaston, how do you vote?
So for that, yes. Could you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I was just shocked as people are coming into the conference room. So just
It's okay. Well, I'm going to line up with Representative Gretzko on everything, and it's just with the amendments. I'm voting no on the amendment.
right, those have gone. So I'll go on to the next bill. So you sounds like you're saying yes for that vote, and then for House Bill 6486, you're saying yes for that as well.
Yes.
And then let me just go for 1146.
Yes.
I just have to hear your votes, Senator. Thank you for your patience. 6810,
Yes.
6809,
Yes.
1069,
Yes.
6725,
Yes.
6813,
Yes.
6811,
Yes.
1144.
And which one was that one?
That is the acquisition condemnation of certain flood, sorry, let me say that slower. An act concerning the state's property acquisition and condemnation authority for certain flood prevention, climate resilience, and erosion control systems.
Yes.
Then for Senate Bill 1148, an act authorizing certain killing and hunting of black bear and prohibiting bird feeders, intentional and unintentional feeding, and potentially dangerous animals.
Yes for that one.
And then on Senate Bill 1149, an act eliminating all restriction for Sunday hunting on public and private property.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Have a
Thank
wonderful weekend.
you too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's why this guy's from Nelson to the left, so. Yeah, they put on. He just clicked off. All right, so we already talked, right?
Yeah, I know you can.
He hasn't voted at all. I'd like to get his vote in. Would that be okay? Or which one do you want to change? I'm gonna be on 1144. Which number is that? Which number is that on the agenda? I'm gonna have to go. 1144? 1140. Okay. Yeah. See, 1144. You can change to a no. Representative Chafee to a no. Very good. You're welcome. No, I don't know. I did I erase them? Oh, yeah. You changing a vote? Which one? 1140. Yes. Yes.
No, I texted them and he responded to last, so the fair one, no.
And you changed to a no?
The last one, no. Yeah.
Make sure she hears that before you walk.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
No, you're right.
We're still on YouTube Live, so everybody can understand what we're saying here.
We'll make sure. Jasmine's on the phone if they want to.
Let's see, 1143, let's see, I have you and Smith voted on both of those, McGee and Smith on this. So I have 1145, establishment of certain, this is number 3 on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to see that as well, Representative Smith? I'd love to have them for your vote. 1145 is a yes. And then on, that one, Representative Smith, I need on 1147. Senate is a yes. And then you did, you already voted on that one. So then I have,
Yes.
1146. McGee and Smith, and let me see if I can get Senator Anwar voting on that one. Is he?
Yeah.
How come I have him on Zoom? He just came on Zoom. Okay, he's talking to somebody, he'll be back.
Jesse's
We're still
back
on YouTube Live.
to change that.
Okay, and I'm still on YouTube Live unmuted, so I'll continue. Let me see, and then I have both of you for this one, which is 1146.
That's not the,
Number 6 on the agenda. Okay, so I'm sorry, Representative Smith, could you say it one more time? Okay, thank you. And then for both of you, I need your vote on this, which is 6810.
Yeah.
And then for
Yeah.
that would be 6809. Representative Smith on 6809. Financial incentives for certain streamlined buffers. Yes, we're on YouTube Live, so we're being recorded. And then on Senate Bill 1069, I have for you, Representative McGee, on domestic animal related statutes.
Yes.
And then on Representative Smith for, I already have your vote on that, Senator Anwar. And then on next one, let's see, is on 6725. And that would be, if you have the agenda in front of you, that would be number 10 on the agenda. That's number 10 on your agenda.
Yes.
And then see on 6813, that would be authorizing establishment of seabird shorebird protection. And then let's see, these as well, and I consider revision to vessel registration aquatic invasive species.
Yeah.
It's number 12 on the agenda. On that one as well, Senator Anwar, if you knew, on 6811, you're yes, thank you, Senator. We all have yes on that, and then we have okay, thank you. And then on 1144, state's property acquisition of Venetia flood prevention, climate resilience, that would be number 13 on the agenda. And Senator Anwar for, thank you, Senator. And then Representative McGee.
No.
It's 1140.
So that's number 13 on the agenda. It's Senate Bill 1144.
I said yes, right?
Yes, you did.
Isn't the flooding one? Can you repeat the question?
Yes, it's the flood prevention.
Yes.
And then for Representative Smith.
No.
Okay. And then this would be 1148. Senate Bill 1148. And then this is for the Yes, for the Black Bear, which would be number 14 on the agenda. That's a no for Representative McGee and Representative Smith. Then for 1149, an act to eliminate all Sunday hunting on public and private property. And then for McGee, that's Sunday hunting.
No, that means that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I have you for a no on that. I will get him in right now. And then Representative Smith. Who's the first three ones? Coming in right. Okay, on what you did, you're welcome. And then on this one, on center, it's a yes for House Bill 6664. I have you highlighted wherever we do. So, and then I have for 6810 and Exeter Weather Efficiency. Okay. And then for financial incentives for streamlined buffers.
Yeah.
Senator Gaston, I'm going to be right with you. I'm taking votes from Senator Anwar, and I'll be right there. You are all done.
Okay.
You're welcome. You too.
Yes.
Okay, Slumberg. Right. Doubly sure. Hi there, Senator Gaston. I need to just have you off of I need you on camera, and then I can start taking your votes. Hi there. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Good to
So I
see you.
think the last one, I need to change that vote.
Okay, and I will take care of that for you in just a heartbeat. Senator Anwar is wrapping up with his votes, and I'll be right with you.
Sweet. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Can I just work just one moment? Okay, so Senator Gaston, let's see, where are we? You just want to do the last vote, because I know we did a number of them. So on that would be 1149. Is that the one you wanted? I'll read the title. Act eliminating all restrictions on Sunday hunting.
Is that pertaining to the bear hunting on Sunday?
That's not the bear. So there's two different ones. One is the bear one, which you voted yes on, and you voted yes on both of them. The second one was the act eliminating all restrictions for Sunday hunting on public and private property. So one was Sunday hunting, and one was the bear for the farmers. Essentially, I might just summarize that too simply, but
Okay. So which one did I vote no on?
well, you voted yes on both of them, Senator. So,
I need to vote no on those.
did you? Okay, my understanding was on one of them. Do you want to stay
Yes.
on? Go off?
Yeah, the last, I thought that I'm probably getting them confused here. One I need to vote no on. It's I think the last one that you'd mentioned.
The last bill on the agenda, which was 1149, which is the act eliminating all restrictions for Sunday hunting on public and private property.
Yes,
Change it to a no.
yes.
Thank you, Senator Gaston.
No, thank you. And sorry for the confusion.
No, sure. We get through it one way or another, don't we? Have a great
Yeah.
weekend.
Okay,
Okay.
you too. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, Gaia.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. So so I have for the bills, I have 6664, which is an acclamation. Do you have the agenda in front of you by any chance?
I do, yeah. And you
Great.
can just
I'm going to
read
go
through
with
on-
just the number then.
Perfect.
So 6664, Representative, how do you vote?
Yes.
For Senate Bill 1143,
Yes.
1145,
Yes.
actually I had you that one. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Then for House Bill 6810,
6810. Yes.
then for 6809,
Yes.
for 1069,
Yes.
and then for 6725,
Yes.
then for House Bill 6813,
Yes.
for 6811,
Yes.
for 1144,
No.
and for 1148,
Yes.
and last but not least, 1149.
No.
Okay. That concludes the votes. And for this weekend, since we're not in the meeting, we're in recess and taking in the votes, I just want to say that your baby is beautiful. Love getting to see that little one.
Thank
I
you,
get to see it at this time now. So John Michael, beautiful baby. And I wish you the best. And I hope you get a little bit of sleep this weekend and you get some crew time. So
Thank you so much, Gaia. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a good weekend too. See ya.
Bye.